데비님 안녕하세요. 잘 지내셨나요? 요즘 너무 일찍 자느라 POE를 못 들어가네. 이제 완전 한 달 남은 건가요? 완전 끝물인가 이제? 예전에 방송 많이 하시던 분들도 POE는 잘 안 하시는 것 같긴 하던데, 다른 거 조금씩 하시면서 중간중간 하시는 것 같아요.
A man who dare not down some red is a man whose wife.
가야 돼. 36첼은 진짜 힘들 것 같고 24첼인가는 해놓긴 했는데
To thump his head. Monsters are your catnip. Let his
딴짓하면 안 되는데 딴짓을 하게.
Wine is better than stew. For stew you have to chew.
I've lots to do before it gets
그 뭐지? 공략 있는 거 하고 돈은 조금 들이니까 24첼은 웬만하면 다 하겠더라고요. 97이요? 와, 100렙 가시는 건가요? 아, 조금만 그 뭐지? 그 뭐야, 목소리 같은 거 이렇게 해가지고 전령으로 5전령 그 뭐지 그거 했었으면은 어떻게 됐었을래나. 칼을 왜 안 빼는 거야? 아 맞아, 칠소리는 보니까 1액이면 사더라고요. 근데 진짜 잘 안 죽어요? 5전령 해서 하면은 한 그 오라랑 뭐 그거 하는 거 135가? 1액이 안 돼요. 그러니까 오라랑 뭐 그거 해가지고 한 16개 정도 버프 킬 수 있다 그러던데, 그러니까 그거는 다른 장비까지 해야 되는 거죠. 19개 키는 거는. 투구랑 이런데 거기에서 만화 그 점유 감소인가? 그거 쓸 수 있는 그런 걸 해야 되던데. 이 칼을 어떻게 뽑는 거였냐? 버프 레벨 있는 걸로 땡겨 써야 되는 거. 가격이 꽤 비싸던데. 피가 왜 안 따네. 죽겠네. 그 점유마나 감소 있는 것도 그 뭐지? 사야 되지 않아요? 장비를? 그 뭐 초보들한테 이렇게 장비 이렇게 하는 법 알려주는 공략도 본 것 같아. 다른 것도 많이
Arcus boys
싸줬겠고.
will sprout again. Should destroy the area if I want to get rid of them for good.
일소리 막 이런 건 여전히 막 몇백에 하겠죠? 산미로 생각보다 근데 잘 안 나온다고 그러더라고요. 그냥 일반 목소리도 막 100번 정도 간 사람도 하나 먹을까 말까 막 그런 얘기가 있어서. 실소리 2번. 좀 비쌀 때 드셨어야 되는데. 소리 진짜 안 나오긴 안 나오나 보고. 그냥 메인 하자. 메인 하는. 그러니까 그게 그냥 어쨌든 한 90 초반대 레벨이면은 오전령을 운영은 할 수 있는 거죠. 실소리를 써도. 과대망상? 또 뭐죠? 뭐가 많구나.
Go up to any knight and shout, "The beast!" You'll smell the soiled armor at once.
그래요? 돼요 그게?
I have a daughter, you know.
스키
Fit to wed.
근데 그 만화 점유 막 엄청 땡기고 이래야 되는 거 아닌가?
If my lips
지금
think of wine,
사람들이 진짜 많이 찾아내긴 하는구나. 그러면은 스킬을 전령 관련 그거 데미지 증가하는 만화 점유랑 그거를 기본적으로 5개인간 써야 되니까 데미지 같은 게 좀 줄어드는 건가? 동영상도 있어요 공략으로 하는구나.
Nice tune.
Prophet Lebiota's lungs. I must see a medic. Greetings.
그래요? 카페랑 이런 데도 안 가봐가지고. 효율적인 면이나 이런 게 그러면은 목소리 안 쓰는 게 더 좋은 거예요, 지금은?
You shan't turn back a
Disperse!
river.
The exhibition of the Reginald Dobry monument will remain closed until further notice.
테슬라님 안녕하세요. 오랜만에
Why,
뵙네요.
we rode an entire day to see it. You're a chief, sir.
And we paid good coin for the tickets.
후일이
Give it
다
back.
다르.
Your tickets remain valid. You must merely... Please disperse. The exhibition is closed.
아 진짜 액박을 하나 사서 해야 되나?
Oh, Lepiota, give me strength. I can't bear this, please. I believe I've been clear. No
지금
presentation
뭐지
today.
그 빅스마일 데이인가? 그거 하는데 액박 같은 것도 좀 싸게 나오나요?
Oh, wait.
액박
Are you
X가
not
막
that friend of
30만
Richard
원대
Garrett of Rivia?
팔더라고요. 옛날에 하이마트인가에서도
for you.
보니까.
Saw your notice. Mentioned a monument.
The matter is a delicate one, but mind you, I pay well. Unless I can
지금은
say no more
어떤지
at this
모르겠는데
stage.
특가로 나올 때는
Interested?
30만 원 초반대에도 막 나와서
The statue. Just tell me what's the problem.
A picture's worth 1,000 words. More, I dare say. Come with me. I'll show you.
근데 액박 사면은 제가 원컴이라서 이거 캡처보드도 사야 되고 방송국
Here it
액박을
is.
쓰려면 또
Our
복잡해져가지고
pride and joy, Reginald Dobry, a giant among lovers, a poking, puncturing swordsman,
지금
and
막
atop all
오랜만에
that, an
하니까
unrivaled
소리 설정도
fiddler
어떻게
of
좀 뭐가
harps
꼬여가지고
and other organs.
그냥 기본 헤드셋 세팅으로 하고
So what's wrong
있어가지고
with it?
소리가 막 저한테는 들렸다 안 들렸다 막 이래가지고
It's lost its jewels.
Somebody stole the testicles off a statue.
No ordinary statue, mind you. The
하나
sole
장만하셨어요?
monument made using a
축하드립니다.
cast of the great Reginald's own genitals, certified and authenticated. Sprung directly from his loins, they grant all who stroke them unparalleled virility. All who pay a ticket. that is, thus,
가랑이를 만지면서 뛰어간 거야?
those stones.
풀스로 시청? 풀스로도 이게 돼요?
Got my attention. Now tell me about this Reginald, all you know.
There's so much to tell. Legend has it he and the architect Pharamond
풀스랑 액박
planned
이런
and
게
laid
다
out
그런 게
Oakland.
되나 보구나. 온라인 접속해서 이게
Impressed
시청이
already.
되나 보구나.
In
어플
particular,
깔면 돼요?
Reginald took great pains to devise escape routes
하긴
for
그것도 뭐
lovers
인터넷
out of the
연결해가지고
bandstand.
뭐 넷플이랑 이런 거 다
Literally
본다니까.
and metaphorically. He later made frequent use of them himself. Not out of fear, mind you, but to avoid having to kill his rifles in duels.
모니터 통수? 그 기업이 어디죠?
Any idea when the theft took place?
It must have been mere hours ago. I guided the last group through the exposition quite recently. Stones were very much in
근데
place.
이게 꼭 불알이라고 해야 되나? 성기라고 해도 됐을 텐데 번역을 꼭 불알이라고 했어야 되나?
Got any suspects?
아 LG요? LG가 그냥 모니터는 끝판왕 LG 뭐 그거 있던데.
Who
그거 사라
would not
그러던데.
want it for himself?
탑크? 어딘지 잘 모르겠네.
Need to look around. Might find a clue or two.
Do what you must, as long as you return grasping Reginald's stones. Without them, Beauclair's
탑싱크.
entire tourist
그
sector
뭐 중소기업이에요?
faces trying times. Trying times.
탑탱크.
It must.
Saw marks are straight and clean. Precision castration, I'd call this.
거세. 톱으로 이걸 자른다고. 씨.
You shall be whole again soon.
그러면 약간 그거네요. 고해상도 뭐 그런 건가요? 아니면 그 주사율이나 그러니까 헤르츠가 높은 거? 요새는 다 뭐 144 하시니까
Fabric caught on the nail. Heavy on cologne. Smell it'll lead me to the thief.
근데 요새는 뭐 뭐지? 4K 같은 것도 많이 하니까 UHD 막 이런 거는 그래픽이 좋아야 돼서.
Dried bloodstain.
근데 콘솔 기기 있으면은 4K도
Don't worry.
무리 없이 돌린다고 하더라고요.
Again soon.
수 냄새를 어디서
It will
찾나?
all work out. It must.
빵이 어디지?
Don't worry, Reginald. Don't worry. You shall be home.
퀀텀닷 가짜. 뭐 영상 시청하고 뭐 이런 걸로는 중소 것도 괜찮은데 게임 많이 하는 사람들은 무조건 LG 사란 얘기가 있어가지고 차이가 꽤 많이 난다 그러더라고요.
Doublets, none of which are suitable to show myself in.
저도 그냥 인터넷에 있는 그냥 그런 글 그냥 보는 거라서 잘 모르는데. 근데 진짜 한 2배 정도 되죠. 가격 차이 꽤 많이 나죠.
Flows in the veins of Toussaint.
LG 것도 그것도 FHD인가인데 해상도가 그렇게 높은 게 아닌데 막 50만원대던데 할인해서 막 40만원 중후반? 그타? 그타는 뭐죠? 여기 노래가 끊겼어. 아 GT. 아 GT 그거 뭐지? 그거 에픽에서 무료로 지금 푸는데 그거 실행되세요? 그게 락스타 런처인가? 막 그거 거기서 저 오류나면서 계속 안 되던데.
You'd never
다시
catch
깔아야 되나? GTA도 한번 해보고 싶은데.
Cert Perak Perundead. How the mighty fall.
그냥 다시 받는 게 낫겠고. 컴퓨터에 아무 짓도 안 하는데 왜 계속 이렇게 말썽을 일으키는지 참. 저야 뭐 근데 싱글 정도만 하고 말 것 같아가지고 이렇게 온라인 하면은 워낙 고인물이 많아가지고 게임 못하는 사람은 힘들다던데 아무것도 못하고 그냥 죽는다던데.
Scent leads to this door.
성소리나 뭐지? 아 그래 학살하고 다녀요.
Oop. Sorry to
거사를
interrupt, I
치르셨고.
guess.
싱글은 하기 어렵지 않아요? 싱글은 해보고 싶은데.
I tripped, rolled, and tumbled, then landed where she already lay.
Psst. Use.
아니요 안 한 지 되게 오래됐어요.
I swear, this is all an unfortunate coincidence, a series thereof.
그게 시즌제로 자동차 주고 이런 것만 좀 받아보려고 했는데 혼자서는 잘 안 되더라고요.
Not your husband? Who are you? And why are you
200개요?
in my
와
home? Out!
웬만한 거 그럼 다 살 수
Now, or
있었겠네.
I'll summon the guards.
Calm down. Just here to talk.
I believe we have nothing to talk about.
Oh, we do. We do. Just to kick things off, you're in great form for a man your age.
그런 이벤트 같은 거 있을 때마다 알림 같은 걸 설정해놔야 되나?
Preserves the body wonderfully.
Interesting. Might try it. Say, ever heard of Reginald Dobry, his statue?
Everyone in the city's heard of it. Reginald's a paragon, a national hero.
That's so. You seem well informed, Hughes. Maybe you know who stole Reginald's testicles.
I can explain everything. This...
Rosalinda, I know you're in there. You and that fancy pants of yours.
Oh no, not him too.
설마
This really is
그걸
not...
달고 한 건 아니겠지?
Got you, you rogue. Prepare for a shellacking, scallop.
노트북도 요새는 사양이 진짜 많이 올라와가지고
Rosalinda, one I could forgive you, but two at one time.
헤드셋 뭘로 했어요?
Got nothing to do with this.
Take me for a fool. I'll teach you to fish in another man's pond.
뭔가 레이저 비싼 거나 장비가 하나씩 업그레이드 되시는
This.
그런
Go home.
Yes, that'll be best. I'm done here.
장비 이런데 욕심내기 시작하면 끝이 없어가지고
I don't know.
그냥 있는 대로 해야지.
It would have gone horribly for me had you not intervened. I thank you for
설마
saving
바지가랑에서 꺼내주는 건 아니겠지?
So, time to talk.
Rosalinda, my dove, please allow us a moment. All right. I admit I stole the stones, and you will never believe it, but they work. Today, Rosalinda and I will
세 번이라고?
3 times count.
장난 아닌데?
Times. Impressive.
Isn't it? At my age, that's more than the entire last decade.
All the same, you stole those stones. and you
저는
got
한 번에
returned.
다운은 됐는데, 그러니까 여러 번 시도하니까 다운은 됐는데 오류가 나서 지금 실행이 안 되더라고.
We might
근데
strike a deal.
락스타 런처에서 뭐가 오류가
Let me
떠가지고
keep the stones. I'll pay you. Grant me this, I beg you. They've made me young again.
어떻게 빌려줘? 모든 사람에게 해야 되는데 어떡하지?
Perhaps I could lend them to you for one more day. What would you say to that?
A day is 3 more romps at the least. You've a deal, sir.
그리고 10년 동안 또다시 잠겼어. 뭘 계속 듣고 있어야 하는 건가? 명상으로 마인드 컨트롤 해야겠죠? 맞아, 그거 뭐지? 포르자는 뭐 패치 뭐 많이 됐나요? 업데이트는 계속 있는데 안 받아봐가지고. 그만해 이제. 시간 됐어 이 자식아. 네네, 저 모니터 2개로 듀얼로 쓰고는 있어요. 이것들이 언제까지 기다려줘야 돼? 근데 저도 뭐 모니터가 워낙 옛날 거라서 이게 벌써 모니터 몇 년 된 거야? 거의 한 7, 8년 된 거 같은데 모니터.
I'm
바꾸고
back.
싶긴 하거든요.
Not so loud. You wake her. She'll want another go.
Wake who? Rosalinda?
Louisa, her cousin. She's voracious. Got an inexhaustible appetite. But I'm tapped out.
올해 여름 진짜 더울 거라는데.
What's it matter that the spirit is willing when the flesh is simply spent? My heart near leapt out of my chest last
당시엔
time.
그라비아 같은 게 없나?
Here, you must take the testes, and Lebioda grant you strength, as I dare say you will need it.
근데 보통 그러니까 리뷰들이 뭔가 되게 흔하지 않은 경우들이 리뷰로 나오는 거라서.
Long live Duchessa Anna Henrietta.
그 뭐지? 에어 서큘레이터인가? 그 공기 순환 해주는 거 컴퓨터 앞에다 켜놓는 사람도 있더라고요. 그거 하면 꽤 잘 된다고. 바렐지어가. 그리고 확실히 저도 그 뭐지? 고향집에 있는 컴퓨터 보니까 먼지가 제일 큰 문제더라고. 컴퓨터 안 돼가지고 먼지 이거 하는 거 이렇게 뭐지? 이렇게 분사해가지고 이렇게 깨끗하게 하는 거 하니까 또 작동이 잘 돼가지고.
Well, have you recovered Reginald's family jewels?
Yep, got them back.
Lepioda's luscious lips, it's them! It's really them! I hope this modest reward nonetheless conveys the extent of my gratitude. And look in on us tomorrow for the grand reopening. You shall stroke Reginald at no charge.
공짜로 만지게 해준다고. 아 이거 여자친구를 만들었는데도 남자 걸 상대해야 되는 거야? 아 부가를 해야 되나? 메인 한다고 했는데 또 부가부터 하고 있네. 인텔 10세대는 지금 아마 나오고 있지 않나요? 노트북에만 적용된 건가? 생각보다 근데 이렇게 뭐 사양이 많이 이렇게 비약적으로 발전한 건 아니라고 해서 요새는 가성비로 할 때는 거의 다들 AMD 쓰시는 것 같아가지고. 얘네 다 예전부터 왜 이렇게 아픈 애들이 기침한 애들이 많은 거야 왜?
Yeah, drink, food, and what's they know? Yes.
3080 Ti 그래픽 카드는 진짜 한 2-3년에 한 번씩 바꿔줘야 되는 건가? 3080 Ti 지금 한 200만원 하나요? 지금 2080 Ti 슈퍼인가? 그거는 한 150만원 하던데.
idea sleeping at the clogs, unless you don't mind some clever little beast making off with your coin pouch.
The notice, is that it? Are you a witcher, master?
Noises at the cemetery. You the one they bother?
Yes, yes, and I'm alone in that, it seems. That is, no one else has bothered to take any steps, though all must hear the racket.
일단 뭐 감가 생각해서 한 2년 정도에
The matter up with the ducal guard.
중고로 팔고 나머지 차익으로 이제 더해가지고 사는 거죠.
Look, what's left for me to do? Should I sniff about the cemetery myself?
아니면은 진짜 10년 쓸 생각으로 한 번에 좀 많이 비싼 거를 하던가.
The noises, they pretty regular?
Each night, I live next door. I hear it loud and clear. as if through a horn someone had stuck in my ear. Ah! Hawk! Ooh! Firk! And then
그 뭐지?
whack!
언리얼 5인가 나온 거
As if
그 영상
a mother
보니까
bear slammed feet first into a cupboard.
나름 최적화가 잘 된 건지 뭐 나와봐야 알겠지만 그래픽은 진짜 좋아졌던데.
How much will I get for this?
How much would you like?
하품하네 이 자식. 짜다 이 자식아.
I don't believe I have that amount. What would you say to a festival discount on account of the tourney? Agreed.
3원 차이로.
Fine, I'll tend to it. Any victims? Someone go missing recently? Or are we just talking noises?
No one's come to harm, thank the gods. Why? Do you think it might be a monster?
Could be, but doesn't need to, though. Might also be grave robbers, tramps. Remains to be seen.
I can't rightly say what would be worse. Whatever the case, Godspeed, Master.
너무 짠데. 그쵸. 뭔가
Aim to hop on a horse after making merry? Don't even consider it.
뭔가 예전 게 왠지 살짝 안 맞기 시작하면은 다 바꿔서 다시 해보고 싶은.
Loud enough to wake the dead.
돈만 많으면요.
Strange. Can't hear anything now.
핸드폰은 요금제가 좀 비싸긴 한데 요새 S20인가? 그거 막 엄청 싸게 푼다고 막 기사 많이 뜨던데.
More fighting. Noises coming from the catacombs, it seems.
요새는 노트북 좀 좋은 거 사가지고 그냥 모니터만 따로 연결해서 쓰는 분들도 많더라고.
Noises coming from here.
저는 좀
Not a soul. Strange. Doesn't look anything
작은
like a
폰
grave
선호해서
player either.
아이폰 한 번도 안 써봤는데 그 SE 2020인가? 그거 한번 써보고 싶어가지고 봤는데
Louis de Corentin died on the day of Saint Zoethan's remembrance.
그냥 안드폰 쓰는 게 나을 것 같아서.
Fresh. Funeral wasn't too long ago.
노트 펜 같은 것도 안 써봐서 재밌을 것 같긴 한데 핸드폰 가지고 많이 쓰는
Can't be
사람들은
grave robbers. None worth their salt would have left this. Here lies Margot de Corentin. Smashed, as if someone threw it against the wall. No sign of monsters or grave robbers. Bit of a mess, that's all. Maybe this isn't the spot after all. Strange. Noises clearly coming from that tomb. Impossible.
무슨 소리야? 어디 가냐? 고양이 어디서 봤던 앤데. 글쎄? 목소리가 어디있지? 지하까지 가야 되는 거. 묘실을 더 조사해야 되는 거야? 놓쳤나? 친 거지.
Something's not right. Need to hide, see how things play out.
진짜.
Behind this statue, maybe?
You'd rather lie about all day, flipping those cards like some dwarf. Disgusting.
Indeed. Far better to stand at the door of Lepioda's temple, mumbling prayers from dawn till dusk.
Ingrate, I prayed for you, that you would cast off the yoke of gambling.
Fine job you did of it. Seems the gods had also heard enough of your cackling. And you? Why are you here?
전형적인 부부싸움인가?
This is a private conversation.
What's this argument about, anyway?
Sod off. Not your concern.
Could help you resolve it.
I know not your name, but you must help me. I refuse to spend eternity at the side of this heathen. Remove him from my crypt at once!
Slow down. What's the problem?
This is my crypt, and this saintly shrew harangues me even in death. An eternity of nagging, the misery!
I was blind and a fool to marry him. He's a slave to the cards, prepared to wager his own child on a round of Gwent.
설마 괜트에서 이겨야 되는 거 아니지?
Damn it, and as a jest! How many times must I explain? And who sank our fortune into some silly statue of Lepioda?
Piety. That was my cause. The prophet immortalized would have transformed this land of blasphemy and betting. How was I to know it was all a fraud?
Because I warned you some 500 times!
Quiet! Shut up, both of you! Who does the crypt belong to, rightfully?
Must you ask? It's mine. My family's. The de Corentins. Are you illiterate?
True. But my dowry served to repurchase it from those you owed.
Look, if there's to be peace and quiet here, one of you's gotta go. Need to move one of you out.
Yes. Take him. Please. Do so. And I shall tell you where I hid his lucky Gwent cards.
땡기는데?
What? I knew it was you. And now you would evict me from my crypt, then pay for the deed with my cards.
넌 뭘 줄 건데?
Blast it all! Had I those very cards at the tournament in Belhaven, I'd still be alive. It's your fault, you pox incarnate, that they stabbed me to death.
They murdered you for your debts. I had nothing to do with it.
come, I heed this good book-thumping wench. Mind, I know well where she hid those cards. I'll tell you myself as soon as you've removed her.
절대로 안 알려줄 것 같은데.
Need to think about it. All right, gotta move one of them out.
Thus spake the prophet Lepiota. Thou shalt not play for coin.
After which he promptly added, "For you shall have none left for me."
Heretic, shut your mouth! I shall speak to you no more!
No, no, it is I who shall speak to you no more, you old tart!
부인의 말을 들어야겠지만 반대로 해보자.
No, wait. If you truly must do this, then please, at the least, deposit me somewhere pleasant.
All the same to me. Where do you want to go?
Take me to my mother's grave. It's in the old cemetery just outside the city walls. A lovely spot.
피오 일정 벌써
Almost
떴어요?
on the lakeshore. The flora there
보통 한 보름 전에 떠야 되는
is
거 아닌가?
extraordinary, really.
이제 2달 조금 지났을 텐데.
Where is it exactly?
Beneath the outspread arms of a chestnut, the tombstone bears my mother's name, Micheline Belrose.
그래, 좋은데 붙여. 그게 나. 여기 있는
She
것보다.
warned me about that lout.
Peace at last.
그 뭐 다음 그 뭐라 그러죠? 무슨 리그라 그래가지고 특별히 뭐 되는 그런 게 공개가 선공개가 되는 건가?
Place Margot mentioned. So where's the grave? Under a chestnut.
밤나무
Or so
아래.
Margot claimed.
사주면 그냥 한 달 그대로 남은 거 아니에요? 그냥 일정만큼 발표인가 보네.
Micheline Belrose. This is it. Wow, that's done.
진짜 뭔가 홀짝홀짝 그 막리그 아닌 리그의 홀짝홀짝 법칙이 계속 진행된다 그래가지고 다음 리그는 재밌을 것 같긴 한데.
Grace no fuss, water no wine.
점점 근데 하는데 스펙이 너무 올라가서 게임이 초보자가 하기 더 어려워지고 있어가지고 보통 공개는 그러니까 보름 전에 하는 게 맞는 거죠.
Removed the urn with Margot's ashes, just like you wanted. Louis, you there?
Should have known he'd stand me up. All right, if that's how you want to play it.
항아리.
Please.
깨버린다 이거.
Yes, I'm a fraud. I lied to you. I've no notion where the cards are, but I shall think of something. Just wait.
뭘 생각할 건데.
Got it. A swordsmith. Trentin's the name. I skinned him at Gwent once, but he had no coin, so he promised me the pride of his collection, a lovely blade. Finely fashioned. I passed on before I could
죽은
get
걸 알
it,
텐데
but
그냥 줄
you
리가 없지
could
않아.
collect it in my stead. Just tell him Louis de Corentin sent you.
The dead Louis de Corentin?
That could indeed prove problematic. But if...
그냥 뭐
I know. The man's a gambler, inveterate. His wife forced him to seek help, hypnosis or some such. She believes Trentin no longer touches cards, would wager her virtue on it. Were she to learn he still plays
협박하라는
Gwent,
거냐?
well, he'd be in a deep doodaloo.
Thanks.
납삽하게 해야 되는 거야 결국. 피곤하게 하는구만.
Quite the bottle, quite the bosom our Duchess has, don't you think? Don't crowd around.
이거 어디냐?
The best steel in all of Tucson. Take a gander.
Here to collect Louis de Corentin's sword.
Ha! That's rich. The Corentin's dead. Who are you? His brother? His lover? Louis never mentioned either.
Maybe so, but he told me a bit about you. Heard you used to play a little Gwent. Had a habit, in fact, till your wife helped you kick the addiction. Real treasure, wife like that.
Ah, the bumpoke. Ugh. Here I thought I might hang it over the mantle again, with Louis gnawing radishes from the underside. But it seems I must.
뭘 줄라나?
So be it. The sword's yours. But don't leave me high and dry. Give me a chance to win back my dignity at least. Perhaps a
그래서
round or three
태어났지.
for coin?
What about the wife? Not afraid she'll...
In my home, what I say stands. Women have got no power. Besides which, the wife's away for a few days visiting her sister in Belhaven. So, shall we play?
도박이 이렇게 무서운 겁니다. 아, 카드가 별로 안 좋아서 못 이기는데.
All right, convinced me. Lay him out.
포기할 때 포기하고 이렇게 할 수 있어야 되는데. 활로 가야 되나? 안 좋은 것 같은데. 쟤는 왜 11장이야? 세게 나오네. 오호. 버린 카드가 없는 건가 이러면? 잘못했구만. 안돼. 여기서 포기해야 되나? 아, 카드 또 갖고 오네. 저게 사기야, 카드 가져오는 게. 아, 10코짜리야? 잘하면 가능성 있겠다. 아, 나 지금 한 장이 더 많단 말이지. 전해야 될까? 이거 10코짜리야? 와, 사기 씨. 찍었네 이거. 이런 씨. 오, 망했어. 했어요. 또 갖고 와. 아, 이럴 수가 없네. 안개 카드 같은 게 있었어야 되는데. 졌네. 져버렸어. 아이고, 안개를 갖고 왔어야 되는데.
I expected more of you. But I suppose you put in an honest effort. You
건방
know
떨지
what
마라
they
이
say,
자식아.
tables are like day-old fish, apt to turn on you when you least expect it.
Right.
그냥 네가 운이 좋았을 뿐이야 이 자식아. 야, 먼저 물건이나 좀 팔고 가자.
Oh, look! A witcher!
Show me what you have.
좋은 거네.
Think you could craft something
얘네가
for me?
대가는 아닌 것 같아. 레벨이 안 돼서 못 쓰는 거.
Farewell.
No, see you later.
My, do I ever feel like doing absolutely nothing? Guess that's chump.
When I was a little lad, my stones.
You, sir, are not from here, are you?
I married a dopey dullard.
Hey there. I'm done. Cemetery ought to be real nice and quiet now.
To sleep in my own bed once more. The clogs has grown intolerably loud. The punters bellow like men possessed. One
어두워졌는데.
madman especially, always shouting, order in, order in. But tell me, at the cemetery, what was it? Beasts, as you claimed?
Yeah, really tough, demanding fight. Barely made it out alive.
Is it your codex? Forbids you from revealing the details? For the best, I dare say. There's a small premium for you. You've earned it.
100원? 그래도 꽤 많이 주네. 아, 이러다 메인 진짜 또 못하는데. 근처에 있으니까 하고 가고 싶어지네, 참.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
Inscriptions in Elder speech. Salvation lies not in Dolnevde, but in our hearts. Damn, glory be to Professor's journal's long gone. Guess somebody else found out about it too. Should look around, see if I can find something else. Footprints, narrow and shallow. Somebody small, light. Woman maybe? Wonder where they lead. Damn it, trail breaks off. Wonder if the grave robber learned more than I did.
뒤돌아보면 낯선이가 있네.
Professor certainly can't do much to help me with my search. Won't learn anything else here.
Map Jensen you'll have to do. Also, Epitaph mentioned both Ellerin and Dolnevde, Valley of the Nine.
지도? 보내준 지도가 뭐지 이거? 보내준 지도가 뭐야?
Site marked on the map's all wet now. Sonratur flows through there. Must be where the Valley of the Nine once lay. Need to explore the location.
맞다, 뭐네. 메인캐 저기잖아. 메인캐부터 하라는 거지, 그러면. 인큐하러 갑시다. 포도농장 같은데. 마크가 뭐가 있나?
You, hey, with the blades on your back. Help us! Look, monsters all about.
쓰는데? 네네, 다녀오세요. 점심 식사 맛있게 하시고요.
Gotta blow this up if I want to get rid of the Endrigas.
뭐가 있는 건가? 웃기다가 설마 깔려 죽은 거야?
Regis. Could have picked some other place to meet.
어디 뭔데? 얘기하는 거야? 터치는 자가 터져서 그러네. 왜 또 나와? 터치면서 데미지를 주는 거야. 한 거니? 아우 플리즈. 이거 빠지면 어떻게 되는 거야? 레지스를 만나죠.
Regis! Damn it. Locked. No way I got the place wrong. This is it. Gotta be. Gotta be another way in around here.
저기로 들어간 거겠지. 혹시 모르니까 저장 한번 하고. 얍.
Kicking wars.
얍삽하게 가자. 레벨이 깡패야. 전투는 오버만 안 하면 안 죽으니까. 말이야 뭐야. 신동이 왜 오는 거지? 또 돌아서 가야 돼? 뭐가 있나요?
Nahal in his eye. Ought to use it.
이거 뭐야?
Interesting.
언제 이런 거 배웠지? 기억이 안 나는데. 암원경 잡는다. 도대체 무슨 일이 있었길래?
Agreed to meet a vampire at a cemetery. How much more cliché can you get?
Nothing comes readily to mind.
Could have left the door unlatched.
What of my privacy? I value it rather deeply. Unmolested, especially by unwanted guests, that's my preferred state. Besides, I knew you'd find a way to get in.
True enough. Need to find your friend. I'm hoping you'll agree to help.
I shall do whatever's in my power. Yet what you want or even need must matter little. What matters is what Dettlaff wants. If he does not wish to be found, you will not find him. Ever. End of story.
Come on. Gotta be some way.
Vampires can evade detection by the senses, and no divination magic works on us. Even the most precise megascope would be useless.
And this? Could this help?
Wherever did you get that?
Off one of the beast's victims, found by a bend in the river. Body was chopped in pieces. 3 of those pieces were hands. Hand with the ring seemed the odd one out. Abruxa had taken an interest in it.
뭐라는 거야?
It's Dettlaff's hand, without a doubt. It will do splendidly.
The hand. What do you plan to do with it?
You've heard of Kovinaris' theory of tissue memory retention.
Rings a distant bell. Read about it in Alchemia Oblitera. There's a copy at Kaer Morhen, tattered, nearly disintegrated. But if memory serves, Kovinaris never managed to prove it worked.
He did prove it, just never managed to publish his findings. He and I corresponded, you see, after we became friends. Thus, I know he completed his research and performed the first tests. It's complicated, so without delving into details, it is possible to use any piece of tissue to reconstruct what a whole body experienced.
How's it work? We need any special equipment?
We must brew a decoction which Kovinaris gave a rather poetic name, resonance. Once imbibed,
재료
it
구해와야
sends
되는
one
거야.
into a trance similar to that induced by narcotics. This triggers visions of events linked to strong emotions experienced by the tissue's owner. Picture it as dreaming a fragment of someone's life.
Any chance we might see what Dettlaff was doing just before he lost his hand?
Indeed. Though I also hope resonance will reveal the location of Dettlaff's hideout.
Ring's pretty intriguing. Made of no metal I've ever seen. And the ornamentation.
It comes from our home, where we lived before the conjunction of spheres. It's actually mine. I received it from a dear old friend. You might call him a humanist. He saw us vampires as guests here, guests who owe their hosts, meaning you humans and the elder races, respect.
Respect? Meaning not to treat us like cattle to be slaughtered for food.
Precisely. And the reason why I in turn gave it to Dettlaff. To remind him of the ideals my old friend championed.
Can't you just summon Dettlaff? You're both higher vampires, there's gotta be a way.
If I'm to be entirely candid, there is indeed one. But believe me, we will be better off never availing ourselves of it. It is a last resort. Absolutely.
Last resort? The hell? Why?
There is a being who can summon Dettlaff. Possesses the authority, even the power, to force him to appear in a given place. But the very act of contacting this being, well, it's akin to walking a slack line extended over a chasm filled with molten lava. An exercise as perilous to me as it would be to you. A risk I'm unwilling to take. I beg you, let's do it my way.
잡으려면
It will be
목숨을
both
걸어야지,
quicker and
자식아.
easier.
Covenarius spent half his life proving his theory. Wild guess. Making a dose of resonance won't be easy.
You guessed correctly. In addition to Detlef's tissue, we shall need a powerful occipital lobe stimulant. Effectively a poison, to make one susceptible to visions.
Well, got a few ingredients to choose from. Unfortunately, all are pretty rare. There's mamoon glands, but closest ones I know of are in Vizima. A spotted white saliva would also serve, but they were cold to extinction over a century ago. Could go with a kobold's eyes, but the creatures are sentient. Rather not gouge one's eyes out.
Given that we lack the time to sleuth this out ourselves, permit me to summon some help.
누구한테 도움을 요청해? 까마귀.
What was that?
A raven? Rather a common sight at this latitude. Very intelligent fowl. I asked him to look for the creatures you mentioned, him and his brethren. Perhaps they'll find one in the area, and I would hazard that a flock of ravens will spy any said creature faster than a solitary witcher would. With all due respect to your skills, my friend. It will take them some time, nonetheless, so perhaps you'd care for a snifter of mandrake.
뭔가 마시면 안 될 것 같지만 마시자.
Rarely say no to a snifter.
Sadly, this is but a weak infusion rather than a proper distillate.
Even better. I remember your mandrake hooch. Made people say things they'd have rather kept to themselves.
Now, what could Geralt of Rivia prefer to keep to himself?
Everyone's got some secret.
I agree wholeheartedly. I also believe it wise at times to share one's secrets, unburden oneself to those one can trust.
This your sophisticated way of asking me if I trust you?
I prefer almost always to ask indirectly. It seems a test of intelligence, one you just passed.
진실을 말하는
Maybe
이야기야.
you should go first. Reveal one of your secrets. After all, you vampires lead very interesting lives.
Anything in particular interest you?
Curious what you did after you were reborn.
As I'm sure you can surmise, at first I was thoroughly absorbed with recovering. As it is, I've still not recovered completely. Yet I was so weak the first year that I could not stand nor move on my own. Detlef bore my weakness bravely, showed great patience. If not for him, I wouldn't be here, and I'd have regenerated far slower. Once I could at last stand unassisted, I set off for Bruges, for my one-time home of Dillingen. There I led the peaceful life of a rural healer and surgeon, enjoying my neighbours' respect and, in fact, constituting the exact opposite of the monstrous vampire the populace imagines.
Bruges, you say? Rebirth make you sentimental?
Perhaps a dash. But what of you? Where have you been? Ever find your Cyrilla?
Back then, yeah. But we parted again soon after. And when the time was ripe, she came back. Defeated the Wild Hunt together.
Seems I certainly missed quite a bit while I was absent.
True enough. But it's a conversation we'll have another time. Need to know more about you now. Gotta ask you the big question. One everyone wonders about. What happens after death?
You wish me to tell you if the human belief in the gods is well-founded? Well, that I do not know. We vampires differ exceedingly from you humans. Our matter, that of which we are composed, can exist without form. We require neither a heart, nor a brain, nor air to breathe.
But were you dead?
As humans understand death, yes.
Feel anything? Understand anything?
It's rather hard to explain. I felt something very
정신이
unsettling.
남아있다는 건가?
Something I cannot even name, for I did no reasoning. Only after rebirth did I begin to understand that what I had felt was cold and unimaginable fear. If not for Detlef, I might have drowned in an eternity of icy terror.
Can't have been alive then. Sheesh, experience like that must be vicious.
Indeed, it's hard to compare to anything I know. Yet you are aware we don't see death as you do. The way you cling to life, we find it entirely peculiar. You are mortals, ergo it's a foregone conclusion. You will die. It's but a question of time. Thus, I often find myself wondering why you try so very hard. To die at 20 years, 40, even 100, what's the difference? They're all but the blink of an eye.
Depends on your point of view. Man who's got 1,000,000 crowns to spend can't possibly understand one who's only got 20.
Very true. One's outlook can indeed change much.
Got a new life, a new body. That give you a new start, blank slate?
Starting all anew is a very broad concept. What exactly do you mean?
Your blood addiction, say. Wondering if your body's the same, if it still remembers. Maybe if you drank now, you wouldn't get hooked.
All addictions are a form of slavery. Re-addiction's not a risk I'm willing to take, just to test a hypothesis about corporeal regeneration and whether propensities carry over.
Fair enough. Curiosity, that's all. Sorry.
Not to worry, Geralt. Curiosity is a natural reaction under the circumstances, apart from which I've always valued that trait in you.
Always fascinated me the way vampires can regenerate. A hand growing back is one thing, but Detlef recreating you out of a wet smear? Something else entirely.
A difficult and laborious process, but one that's possible, as my presence proves. But I've heard you too had quite the adventure. They say you lost your memory.
For a bit, but Triss helped me get it back. Actually, pretty damn lucky I only had amnesia.
Yes, you humans are rather buggered in those terms. To strip you of life is, well, it's just plain easy. I've always pitied you in that regard. We vampires are much harder nuts to crack. If a member of another race kills one of us, we can be reborn with a living higher vampire's help. However, if one of our own strikes the deadly blow, death is permanent. There can be no rebirth. One of the chief reasons why vampires long ago swore never to fight one another.
서로한테는 치명적이구나.
All right, give you one question. What do you want to know?
One question to ask one as fascinating as you, Geralt. Cruel parsimony, I'd say, but I shall do my best to make it count. If you were to die and be reborn as I was, in your new life, would you choose to be a witcher?
See, Regis. Doubt I'd know how to be anything else.
Ever tried?
See, you're determined to get an answer, to find out if I like being a witcher. Just refuse to ask directly, as always. I like being on the path. Like picking up a lead, a trail. I like the tension right before a fight. And nothing gets my adrenaline flowing like battling a beast. Even gotten used to people treating me like a freak, an outcast. Yeah, not something I think about much, but I like being a witcher.
Thank you for being honest. Honesty is an attribute of the truly brave, and thus a privilege of the very few.
Still no sign of your winged friend. Sure it understood what you wanted?
Dead certain. Let's wait a bit longer. It'll return soon, don't doubt that for a moment.
이기는 거야 정말? 여유롭네.
ever vigilant, even in his sleep. Quite vampire-like, in fact. Are you absolutely certain they don't administer a few of our genes during the trial of the grasses?
Appreciate the compliment. Got something for me?
You were right. No kobolds or mamoons for miles around.
Knew it.
Allow me to finish. You see, there's this spotted white. It haunts an abandoned residence in the Caraberta woods.
Impossible. My brethren hunted down every last spotted white before I was born.
Then it seems you must revise your knowledge of spotted whites. For somehow this one managed to survive your brethren's onslaught. It seems I know this home it haunts. Recall a tale about it. Locals believe the place cursed. Perhaps that's how the whites survived, entirely unmolested.
Know anything else about this curse?
I don't recall much in particular. Really don't attach much importance to such things. It was mentioned to me as an anecdote, no more.
Come on, search your memory. Something, anything could be important.
I believe it had a relation to hunger, or, perhaps greed, rapacity. Someone was punished for something...
Textbook definition of a curse, pretty much.
Sorry, Geralt, I try not to clutter my mind with the details of every far-fetched tale I happen to hear. What are your thoughts?
A specimen of a species thought long extinct, and a curse, in one place. That a coincidence, or are they related?
Ah, professional curiosity. Personally, I've nothing against you delving into this dilemma, but please remember we need the whites' saliva. Nothing beyond that.
Whites rarely appear in the woods, even less likely to find them in abandoned human homes. They inhabit remote wildernesses, old abandoned cemeteries.
What's your point?
This might not be a spotted white after all. Your little helper might have made a mistake.
I sincerely doubt it. Ravens are devilishly intelligent creatures, and they've highly developed observational skills.
What exactly did they observe?
The area around the estate. It's covered in spoons.
Spoons?
Spare me the skeptical smile. I'm but the bearer of this news. Or perhaps this spotted white is a hoarder. The spoons are related to the curse.
Let's do this. Start making your decoction while I go get some saliva from that white. Uses it in its brews.
Do you imagine the white will simply sell you some?
Worst case scenario, I'll bring you its salivary glands. They ought to do as well.
For a moment there, I imagined you asking the white to spit into a vial. Quite amusing as a thought, but the salivary glands will do fine indeed.
So,
망령
see you later.
설득할 수 있다고?
Yes, till later. I shall start by perusing some tomes.
Tomes? Thought you were gonna make this decoction.
We require one last ingredient. Alas, obtaining it could prove a trifle toilsome. Thus, I hope to identify a suitable alternative.
All right. Good luck.
And to you, my friend.
부탁해. 괴물 도감을 읽고 반전망. 괴물 도감을 어디서 보는 거지? 마을 같은 데 있는 거. 도돌이 끼리. 7레벨인데? 안돼! 쏴봐 이 자식아. 내려봐.
Spores will sprout again. Should destroy the area if I want to get rid of them for good.
들렀다 가야 되나?
Heya!
Can I shoot your crossbow?
안 돼.
Oh, and what do you get for all that work? The cook in Quebec wants your onion rings. You've spread some nastiness to me.
표지판이 뭐지? 이쪽 표지판?
Hey, Edgar. Are the rumors true? Are these elfin ruins somewhere? I don't give a fig one way or the other. Myself, but the wife.
Beware all! The witchman cometh!
Slow. Whoa.
The Camerlengo best not be late with my pay.
Whoa!
와. 치약은 좋은 거. 딱히 좋아 보이진 않는데. 여자 루치.
Come on.
마법으로 만들어진 애들이야 뭐야? 정체가 뭐니?
That the spoons are beating out some kind of rhythm, a message, trying to tell me something.
숟가락이 진짜 많네. 뭐지?
None shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall say to you, never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror. Sounds like a curse, all right. Somebody's clearly obsessed. Regis mentioned the place might be cursed. Can't be a coincidence. Need to look around.
잠깐 정실탐 좀 하고 올게요. 계속 진행해 볼게요.
What a pigsty. Need to search it thoroughly. Find a way to collect some white saliva.
씹을 채집을 한다고.
White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Spoon's incredible. The craftsmanship must have graced a rich man's table.
진계기. 와,
Poor girl. Realized she was changing into a monster. Recorded it in her diary. Poignant.
스스로 그걸 인식을 한 건가?
Smashed mirror. As if someone couldn't stand to look at themselves. The monster.
털이
Journal's author, maybe?
털이 자라는 괴물이야. 숟가락이 왜 이렇게 많아?
Spoon. Pretty ordinary. Maybe a little old. No spoon you have shall sate you. Whatever lives here treated that literally. Still searching for the right spoon. Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one. A spoon key.
숟가락 열쇠.
Sophisticated crafting. Tag bears a description. White's a true collector.
제작되었습니다. 그건 어떻게 하는 거야?
None shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall sate you. Never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror. White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Skeletons. Doubt they came here willingly. This have anything to do with the curse? None shall sit and dine with you at your table. It makes sense.
말을 해? 그 여장.
Woman's name scratched into this wooden spoon. Romantic. No claw or fang marks. Probably choked to death. Broken neck. Indentation in the skull's lateral surface. Smacked in the head with something heavy. Right arm bit right off. Teeth all knocked out. Somebody tried to force feed him.
짓을 한 거야, 괴물아.
Actually does seem like a White's lair. Bit atypical, but still. Cauldron should be somewhere around here. Spoon, pretty ordinary. Maybe a little old.
진짜로 침을 찾아가지고 가려는 거야?
Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one. White's obsessed. A real collector. Thoroughbred. Cauldron I was looking for? White's not particularly tidy. Table's set. White, who lives here, is getting ready for some sort of feast. White that lives here, definitely afflicted by a curse, and it's been trying desperately to lift it. Spoon, pretty ordinary, maybe a little old. Another spoon. Yep, just as normal as the last one. White's obsessed. Real collector. Thoroughbred. Cauldron's empty, unfortunately. Regis needs some brew. Afraid he won't get that. No choice but to hide and wait for the saliva glands and their bearer. Need a spot that'll let me observe the cauldron.
장에 숨어 걸리지 않을까? 이번 편은 숨어서 기다리는 게 맞네.
Not gonna hurt you. Wanna help? I've seen the words of the curse on the walls. Think I know how to lift it. You tried to bring folk here, convince them to sit at the table with you, right? Well, I'm gonna be your guest now. Your willing guest. Just need a bit for Regis. And now we'll tend to you. Need to get this right. Words of the curse were, none shall sit and dine with you at your table. No spoon you have shall sate you. Never again shall you wish to spy your reflection in the mirror.
숟가락은 없이 먹어야 되는.
We can't use spoons. No, that won't work. You've been looking for a spoon that would feed you, but there's no such spoon. We need to eat without spoons.
중독된 거야 뭐야?
Think it worked. Just not quite like I expected. Need to see what happened to the white. Won't be hard to find given its stench.
숟가락 소리가 왜 계속 나는 거지?
Shh, easy. Not gonna hurt you.
Eat. I must eat.
뭐를 잘못 먹길래?
I'll take you someplace safe. So I took her by the hand and led her here. Seemed the only sensible place for her.
You did the right thing, sir. She should recover quickly here.
집으로
Don't worry,
데려온
sir.
거야.
I shall see to everything. She is safe here and in good hands. She'll soon be back on her feet.
Might actually take a while. She hadn't eaten anything in over 100 years when I found her.
Horrid. Whatever brought this about?
Told me her story on the way here. Her name's Marlena. She was once the very beautiful and proud heiress to the Trastamara estate. One evening, when she was holding a banquet for friends, a beggar came to her gate seeking alms. He had a bowl and a spoon with him. He sat outside her fence and waited.
I've heard of the custom. An ancient rite of hospitality that obliges one to give food and drink to such a guest lest he depart hungry. To neglect the custom is to bring great misfortune down upon oneself.
Marlena didn't care a whit for the old customs. She drove the man off, saying she'd rather feed the leftovers from her feast to her dogs than to give the beggar anything. The beggar then broke his spoon, cast a curse. She was beautiful, so he said she'd never wish to look at herself in the mirror again. Since she adored feasts, he swore no one would ever wish to sit and dine with her. And as she even refused him the crumbs from her table, he swore she'd never find a spoon in the world that would sate her hunger.
A harsh punishment. I imagine lifting the curse was hardly simple.
Curses are tricky. They play on irony.
설명충.
Always gotta figure out what the catch is. Marlena had spent decades looking for a way to lift it. Transformed into a white, she stole spoons and lured folk into her home, trying each time to get them to dine with her. Didn't work.
So what did?
Someone had to sit down and share a meal with her, of their own free will. They had to eat without using spoons, and make her look at her reflection.
That's it? That was all it required?
Simplest solutions are sometimes the last that come to mind. Besides, when you're a white, it's pretty damn hard to find willing human company for a feast.
I imagine so. But, most importantly, it is now over. Please, don't worry. She will be in good hands here.
Starting to really like this place. Maybe we should keep going, refurbish some more. What do you think, BB?
As you wish, sir. Shall we see to the house or the grounds this time?
Feels like by investing a bit of coin, I could make the house more functional.
I agree thoroughly, with every fiber of my being.
너무 많이 들어.
Thinking about buying a comfortable bed. Always wanted one.
Excellent idea. In your profession, rest is supremely important. But say the word, and I shall order you a bed from the carpenters who craft comfort for the court.
Great. Order me a fine bed, please. Think I deserve one at my age.
True indeed, true indeed. I shall send a runner at once. The bet will be in place by this time tomorrow. Is there anything else you require, sir?
Could use another weapon rack. Got some interesting pieces I'd like to display.
I know of a carpentry shop in town which crafts the humblest lumber into true masterpieces. You need but give the word.
Fine. Order the racks.
Of course, at once. At most 1 day for them to arrive, is my estimation. Is there anything else you require, sir?
Along the path, I've often picked up well-crafted, beautifully ornamented armor. Some of those pieces would look great on display here.
I agree. It would lend the place a certain witch's air. Shall I order new stands at once, sir?
Yes. Just please make sure they're solidly made and nicely finished.
It goes without saying, sir. There is nothing worse than splendid armor upon a subpar stand. By this time tomorrow, they shall be ready to display your finest finds. Is there anything else you require, sir?
Starting to get into this whole renovating thing. There must be other things we can improve.
What a splendidly wise idea. Now that the general refurbishment is done, why not see to the grounds? Perhaps renovate the stables, or return Madame Boleus's garden to its former verdancy?
You know, Roach, my horse? Well, we've been through a lot together. And since I finally got a decent place to stay, I think she deserves one too.
Oh, a sturdy stable testifies to a most honorable owner. Just say the word, and I'll have them start working on it at once.
네.
My Roach deserves the best. Have them refurbish the stables.
거지가
I
되고.
shall get to work at once. Yet finding workmen and completing construction takes time, though likely no more than 2 days.
돈을 어디서 구하지?
Will you be needing anything else, sir?
So, sometimes I have to brew a potion, but I can't find the herbs I need growing anywhere nearby.
Well, you're in luck, sir. The flower garden, once kept by Madame Nina, Monsieur Boleus's wife, seems the ideal place to cultivate herbs. In fact, it's roomy enough to plant shrubbery.
Good idea, Barnabas Basil. Herbs there will save me
4,000원,
hours of
6,000원
painstaking searching and harvesting.
1,000원밖에 안 남은 거야.
The idea is yours, sir. I am but the humble executor of your will. I believe we shall have sown the first seeds in 2 days' time. Will you be needing anything
비싸고 안
else, sir?
쓰는 거를 팔아야 되는데.
That's all for now, BB. Thanks.
1,500원 남았어. 그림은 아끼고 아껴야 되겠구만. 자, 메인 퀘부터 후다닥 후다닥 하자. 많은 물음표와 느낌표를 어찌하리요. 똑똑. 잘 만들었. 재료 하나를 더 해야 된다 그랬었는데.
Think your friend's hand will make for a nice broth?
You've clearly honed your sense of humor. But we are not cannibals, Geralt. I took a fragment of tissue from the hand. It will suffice to prepare some resonance.
What did you do with the rest?
I cremated it, as our codex commands. A raven told me you'd acquired the necessary ingredient.
Pretty helpful creatures. Call on them often?
I try not to overdo it, but they can be so useful, as they were now, when I merely needed to be sure I could arrive in time should things go sour.
Managed fine alone, but thanks for the thought. Gonna need much longer to finish brewing resonance? Mentioned a last ingredient, too. What about that?
That, I fear, might prove troublesome. You see, to use the concoction to summon the memories of one, the solution must contain the blood of another specimen of the same species.
Shouldn't be a problem. I happen to know a higher vampire who should be willing to help. Right, Regis?
It's not that simple, I'm afraid. While you were away, I tried my damnedest to identify a replacement, but alas, none such exists.
Not sure I understand what the problem is. Can't we just draw some of your blood?
The blood must be in an agitated state. As I'm certain you know, higher vampires can change their corporeal shell. As our flesh changes, so does our blood's chemical composition. To make a long story short, I shall need to induce in myself a state of strong psychokinetic arousal. In brief, madness, rabidity. And that stands to be very, very dangerous.
Dangerous? Why? I mean, you'll still be you, right?
True, but I should be highly agitated, in a state of fury. You know better than I that fury cannot be controlled. If you've ever seen an enraged vampire, you know very well that all who find themselves nearby will be in grave danger.
How will we handle that? I'd rather not have you lunge at me, claws extended.
That makes two of us. But worry not. I've thought it through very thoroughly. Details to follow soon.
All right, so what do you want to do?
We shall visit Tesha Mudna, an ancient vampire estate. There we will find cages suspended in the air. I will enter one, be confined. You will lure beasts there. Beasts you will then kill. The bloodletting should prove profuse. Abundant enough so that the blood scent will drive me mad. Wild.
Tesha Mudna. What's it like?
It is a place of torment. A torture chamber. Long ago, shortly after we'd arrived in this world, one among us named Kagmar developed such a taste and lust for human blood that in one night he could imbibe an entire village. This brought trouble on the entire species. Common folk wearied quickly of living in constant fear. They began to hunt us, seek the aid of mages and witches in tracking us down.
So what? Not like they could ever hope to kill you.
But they were bothersome. Forgive the comparison, but when did you last enjoy mosquitoes buzzing around your head? In any case, the other vampires decided something had to be done. Kagmar had to be caught and punished. A torture chamber was thus outfitted in the dungeons of Tesha Mudna. Inside it, a cage made entirely of a special alloy of silver, dalvinite, and meteorite steel. Kagmar was captured and locked in the cage. Sat there over 2 centuries, driven to fury time after time, never able to escape. Thus I know the cage will withstand the fury to which we shall drive my humble being.
뭐가 그냥?
See no reason to dawdle. Tesham Mutna. Take me there.
In a moment. Just one last thing.
What was that?
Blood. Oh, the last favor the Raven did me. I've also taken some Sancurium, a solution that sharpens one's sense of smell. One drop of blood shall smell like a gallon to me now.
You crazy? You're a recovering addict.
Your outrage warms my heart, Geralt. But you must remain calm. I have no choice. As things stand, the die is cast. High time we set off for Tesh and Mutna. My head's spinning already, and you're starting to smell quite tasty.
And you're starting to scare me.
병을 잡아줘야 되는.
We have arrived. The sacrificial chamber of torture and torment lies underground.
Sure you know what you're doing?
I can only hope I do. Please, let's go. The longer we delay, the less control I shall have of my faculties. I'd really prefer not to hurt you.
You lead. Scurvers must be getting close to their feeding ground.
Correct. I told you there'd be danger. Beyond this wall lies
an ancient vampire dungeon. Seen a lot of things in my time. Nothing quite like this, though.
I feel honored. A man with such a wealth of experience, yet I'm about to show him something new. Now, to open it.
How the hell?
It's an ancient form of protection against unwanted guests. The mechanism which releases the latch reacts only to a higher vampire.
Tricky mechanisms, a vampire hideout. Fortified, secured. Must have been important to your species once, Toussaint.
It shall always be so. During the conjunction, the gate from our world into this one opened upon this land and no other. This was the first place we saw.
Human husbandry and care. This for real?
The author observed humans, their behavior, over the many years he spent breeding them. Morally suspect though it may be, it's a thorough survey of the topic.
This place. There's evil here. Death hangs in the air.
Yes. Great many beings have breathed their last here.
Glyphs are carved into the rock. Coated with blood used to be. They mean something?
They're emblems, symbols of, well, what you would call tribes, dispersed throughout the world after the conjunction. My ancestors placed them here to remind us all where we came from.
Seems your kind assembled a peculiar little library.
Indeed, though I personally did not lay a hand to it.
Cells? Who for?
Ah, disgraceful. Excruciatingly so, this particular page from my history. I'd rather not summon the demons of the past if it's all right with you.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
What's this symbol mean?
It's the symbol of the Tedet. Those who went east beyond the Blue Mountains.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
Whose is this cliff?
Amaran. They ventured beyond the sea.
What's this symbol mean?
It's the symbol of the Tedet. Those who went east beyond the Blue Mountains.
복되는 건가 보니까.
Whose is this cliff?
Amaran. They ventured beyond the sea.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe and Deadlove's. We both remained in this part of the world.
Whose is this cliff?
Amaran. They ventured beyond the sea.
And this one? Which tribe's this?
Garisham. My tribe and Deadlove's. We both remained in this...
어두워.
Charming place. But what are all those cages for? Mentioned one vampire being kept here.
Yes, well, you see, humanitarians is something my ancestors were not. They concluded Kagmar would best be punished if he were tormented with the scent of blood he could not taste. Thus, they also kept humans here. Humans whose blood they slowly let. Kagmar ranted and raged in pain as those humans slowly bled to death.
They treated them like livestock. Live bait.
I'd like to be able to turn back time. Deny it, but alas, I can do neither. Feel shame for my brethren. That is all I can do.
Don't take it so hard. Nothing you could have done about it. Let's get to work.
Well, that was awkward. Fine. I prepared the bait. Please be so kind and place it, ideally at the tunnel entrances. The scent will spread most effectively then. Place the bait at the tunnel entrances. Monsters will catch its scent more quickly.
When I think how these tunnels got here, send shivers.
It was the natural order of things. The place reeked of death and it attracted necrophages.
두는 거 아니야?
Three done. One left. Think this'll work?
I certainly hope so. Meat's stench is so thick, I'd wager it carries clear to nowhere.
This'll hold. Doesn't look like anything special.
I told you, Kagmar thrashed about inside it for over 2 centuries. Appearances can be deceiving.
Bait set. What now?
I shall enter the cage. You must chain me inside. The bars are made of an alloy that will prevent me from transforming into mist.
Kinda thought you wouldn't want to.
I shall be in great pain. My sole thought being to stop that pain. I cannot know what I will do.
좀 뚫고 나서 죽여야 되는 거 아니겠지?
We must hurry. The beasts have caught the scent and also my head started spinning.
That the blood?
Someone who's never experienced a vampire's bloodlust does not know the true meaning of thirst.
Maybe we need a safe word. You know, something you'll say when you can't take it anymore.
And what did you do once I uttered it?
Don't know. Calm me down. Somehow.
Please. You won't be able to. We must forge through this, that is all.
처음 보는데.
I shall overcome.
Good. As I can hear more coming. Hold on, I'll let you out.
내보내면 안 되는 거 아니야? 어떻게 진정시켰는데?
Need to hang on a little longer. Blood'll dry in a few hours. Scent won't bother you anymore.
잘 참아 그냥?
Get you out of here.
The concoction.
그래. 약이 뭐
You can't finish it in this state. Tell me how. I'll help you. Any better?
Far from ideal. And some time must pass before I fully recover. But yes, a bit better, thank you.
Never expected it to be like that. You didn't tell me.
We need not discuss it.
But we do. Because if I'd known you were going to subject yourself to torture...
What would you have done?
Found Dettlaff some other way.
I did not wish you to use any other way. Did that occur to you?
No, because I thought no being would ever willingly subject itself to that kind of pain. You vampires aren't any different from us in that regard.
I told you, the pain is my way of paying my debt. The enormous debt I owe Dettlaff. If I had to do it again, I would in a heartbeat.
착한 뱀파이어네.
Resonance. It's ready.
Are you certain you followed the formula? The proportions were exact, the brewing time precise. This is important, Geralt. The slightest deviation could cost even a witcher dearly.
Relax. Got some experience brewing potions.
Very well. In that case, let's begin.
착한 사람도 있고 나쁜 사람도 있고. 소리가 왜 또 안 들리냐. 그래. 헤드폰 연결이 안 좋은. 응? 설마. 헐. 죽이는 거야?
You ride like a squirrel caught in a snare. I'd begun to fear they were death throes, that you'd departed.
Sure wasn't pleasant, but it worked.
What did you see?
Delacroix. His death did not come easy. Seems Dettlaff had made friends with him, still killed him, and chopped up his corpse. And he was overcome with fury, remorse, cut off the hand that had committed the murder.
Interesting. And entirely unlike the Dettlaff I know. See anything else?
Saw a moment. Delacroix did something selfless. Was kind to Dettlaff. Guess it could have been the start of their friendship.
Why the uncertainty?
Nothing extraordinary about it. Normal, everyday situation, really. Visions were supposed to issue from strong emotions.
Clearly the situation provoked such emotions in Dettlaff. Keep in mind, he did later murder Delacroix. Killing someone who's grown dear to us, it's bound to elicit strong emotion. Vampires are no different in that regard. Did you see anything else?
There was something. Showed up twice in the vision. A bootblack stand. Dettlaff first met Delacroix there. Went back after the murder, actually.
Peculiar.
Stand was somewhere in the Port District. And the bootblack acted as if he knew Dettlaff.
That would be even odder. Perhaps we should have a chat with the lad. Though I would expect no breakthroughs.
It's our only lead. I'll go talk to him. Coming with?
I shall join you later if it's no trouble. I don't yet feel strong enough to venture out.
That's fair. Rest up. Be back as soon as I learn
집에
anything.
있다가 뭔가 당할 것 같은데 위험한 거 아니니? 같이 가야 되지 않겠니?
Not now, Geralt. I could not move a step without your assistance.
저 기침이 뭔가 있는 걸 텐데 계속 기침하는 애들이 좀
Bootblacks don't usually work nights. Need to come back during the day.
I liked you from the start. Every Witcher I've known has been a swell lad.
That Duchess of ours. Have you at least diddled her others? Caught you, you little fart! So how would you explain it? Whether it pours for a week or the sun bakes our pates, we've always mud up to our ankles here.
You can't blame me for Beauclair's fickle weather.
Fickle weather! I've seen you! You empty your chamber pot in front of our shop each morn, so folks will dirty their boots, go to you to get them cleaned.
A far-fetched conspiracy theory, sirs.
I'll conspire to welt your bum with my belt. Come here!
Leave him alone.
Just who the spit are you?
His father, and you won't touch him. I won't let you.
Oh, poppycock. I knew his father. A grifter, a cheat, just like his brood.
I'll teach him honesty. He'll not leave muck at our shop door just to draw patrons to his own stall! So back away, drifter.
Not gonna happen.
Won't it? Well, then we'll thrash you as well. Which is all the same to me. No, now let's not do anything rash.
We'll break your legs!
Circle him!
Circle him!
You to help scofflaws and cheats!
Oh, Bumsy! Bat move!
최면 거는 건 이제 없네.
What's the meaning of this? The brawl? Who started it?
I'm investigating the beast, on the Duchess's orders.
Ah, yes. We've heard of you. And these men, what are they doing?
Obstructing my investigation.
Understood. Right. A few days in the clink ought to teach them not to impede official duchy business. Come on.
중에 복수하나 이러면?
You're very good with your fists, sir. Wouldn't be looking for work, would you? We'd make a fine duo.
Yeah? How you imagine that working?
Splendidly. That's how. I suggest a partnership, where I see to the boots while you stand guard. And as you're the stronger, come morn you take the chamber pot out and help me make mud.
Bit about the mud's true? They were right to want to box your ears.
I've got to make a living somehow, so what say you, sir? Partners?
Let me think about it. Listen, I'm interested in a certain gentleman.
Wait, wait! Before we get to talking, please, take a seat.
But my boots are clean.
In this city, no boots are clean unless they just come off my stamp. A seat, sir, please.
보고 돈 받는 거야?
So then, who was it you wanted to ask about?
One of your patrons. Tall, elegant black frock. Not from around here.
An arrival? Indeed. I hear a faint bell ringing. A modest sum might make it sing out loud and clear.
How much?
Let's say 500 crowns.
What? Gotta be kidding me. What would you even do with that kind of coin?
Expand my venture. I'm sure you can imagine. Have a proper stand with a big sign. I want a new box too. new polishes, new brushes. And if I've enough coin left, I'll buy a share in a launderer's. Get wastewater for free.
Got it all planned out.
I should think so. Capital is all I require.
No way. Not about to contribute to your shady venture. You'll tell me what you know, for free.
Yes, sir. Of course, sir. As you wish, sir. I know the fellow you seek, though I don't know his name. A steady patron. Gets his boots cleaned every few days. He's very good to me. Always pays me a premium.
Know where I might find him?
No, but you could wait here. Perhaps he'll stop by.
Don't have the time for that. Sure you don't know where to find him? Or maybe notice which direction he came from?
When I clean boots, sir, I do not look up to see where folk come from. I clean.
It seems you're having a rough go of it.
Oh, you're here. Feeling better?
I am, thank you. The local necropolis. The air does wonders for me. Now, if I might intercede, I dare say I've the right question to ask. Young man, you see this vial? One drop added to your boot polish will help you wipe even the most encrusted boot clean as the dome of St. Lebioda's Cathedral. With it, you will serve 3 times as many patrons at a fraction of the effort, and piles more coin. I'm prepared to give you this vial if you tell me where the man we seek lives.
But you won't hurt him, will you? The gentleman's art, true, but he's kind.
In point of fact, he's a friend. Yet we had a falling out of sorts and would like to straighten matters out.
I leave his boots at the door of a house near the port. The door is red, but I do not know if the gentleman lives there.
Worth checking. Might happen on a lead.
Would you let me scrape the dirt off your kickers before you go? With all due respect, sirs, your boots could stand a cleaning.
Thank you. Perhaps later.
가보자.
Handled that kid pretty well.
Finding the right approach. That's the trick to dealing with children.
Yeah, saw that. Meaning, the right thing to bribe them with.
Life's like an infant. It must be born.
Red door. One the boot black mentioned. Won't budge. Gotta break it down.
You might just as well stand out in the street, pound on a drum and holler, "Detlef, I'm coming for you." A bit more finesse, I implore you.
Let's hear your idea.
Give me a moment.
Nice. Ever consider becoming a burglar? Skill like that'd come in awful handy.
I considered it briefly, but ultimately concluded it would be terribly dull. Come.
He here? Sense him?
No, he's not here, but he was here recently. His scent is still strong.
그래도 내 까마귀를 쓸 것 같은데.
Let's look around. Old toy. No use to anyone. Shame. Must have brought someone joy sometime. Somebody fixed this recently.
I find these puppets rather disturbing.
No dust mark. Somebody moved this here recently. Nice little trinket.
I find these puppets rather disturbing.
Sometimes I think I might end up like one of these toys. Somebody fixed this recently. No dust mark. Somebody moved this here recently. Attic, let's go. So this is his nest. Need to look around. Detloff van der Eretain, you do not know us, but we know you to be a vampire. We know also of your weakness for the wench they call Renowed. Now you know this. We shall chain her down and let rats feed on her. We shall flay the skin from her flesh. Yet you can save her. You need but travel to Beauclair, where you shall slay 5 men in the manner we prescribe. You must complete the killing in 3 days. Fail, and the next letter you receive will contain a memento of your failure. Your beloved's finger.
There you have it. Proof positive Detlav killed not of his own accord. A blackmailer sunk his claws into him.
Any idea what it could be? Detlav have any enemies?
Indeed. Detlav gains foes occasionally, but they never live long.
One might have managed to evade him.
Possible in theory, but I know of none. It would have to be someone devilishly dangerous. As you well know, having faced Detlav yourself, whoever it is someone new.
Who's Renowed?
His one-time lover. The sole human woman with whom he was very close. Because she accepted him. With her aid and care, he found a place for himself in this hostile world. She began the work that I strive to continue.
Ever meet her?
Never had the pleasure, alas. She deserted him a time before he came around to save me, though he always claimed she'd gone missing.
Take it you have your doubts.
I know humans better than he does. Their capacity to be disloyal, dishonest. I also know she took her things. Not something one associates with the kidnapped, or those who disappear against their will. I'll save you the trouble of asking. No, I don't know why she left. I can, however, hazard a guess that Detlav grew angry one day, showed another, more monstrous side. Detlav's anger could frighten anyone off, though most who see it get no chance to flee.
Detlav have trouble letting go, accepting that she'd left him?
Is that so hard to believe? Do you know no humans who've struggled with just such a thing? And Detlav is so much more emotional than most humans. Not only was she his beloved, his lover, his mate, she was a member of his pack. And one never leaves one's pack voluntarily.
Detlav ever try to find her? I mean, if she was that important. Higher vampires have their ways, all kinds. Should have been easy as pie for him.
Geralt, as you rightly noted, we are vampires, not miracle workers. He searched for months on end before giving up. Clearly Renowed knew him all too well. Enough to cover her tracks, leave no way for him to find her.
Even if Renowed did abandon him that time, looks like someone's actually kidnapped her this time.
Hard to argue with that. And hard to foresee what he's prepared to do to free her, get her back.
He's prepared to kill, that's clear.
As would you be for Yennefer. He kills for he cares for her deeply. And that blood, those individuals, they mean nothing to him.
Yeah, I get it now. He's out to rescue a female from his pack.
Exactly.
Right, so someone's blackmailing him. We know that. Still have no idea who. Need to look around some more. Tools were used recently. Detlav unwind by fixing toys between murders.
Really now, Geralt, must you?
Nice tune.
Indeed. I'm not certain why, but it reminds me of home. Our true home from before the conjunction of spheres.
Tools were used recently. Dettlaff unwind by fixing toys between murders.
Really now, Geralt, must you?
Nice little trinket. Sometimes I think I might end up like one of these toys.
I find these puppets rather disturbing.
박수동님 어서 오세요.
Somebody fixed this recently.
말이 많이 개그 난 다음에 오시는군요.
Look, slips of paper, name on each.
네, 아프리카 도움이 쓰고 있어요.
Count Dulac, Milton de Peyrac,
왔다 갔다 하면서
Count Delacroix.
오류 안 나는 걸 쓰려고 하는데.
But that's not his hand.
Must have come from whoever wrote the letter. All of it written using the same ink.
채핀가도 뭐 있었고.
See the color? Ink was dyed with cinnabarite, rare mineral, pretty much found only in.
OBS 뭐 자체로도 뭐 이렇게 링크 해주는 게 있던데 그거는 테스트만 해보고 직접은 안
Still
해요.
worth remembering.
Look, this slip is stained.
With wine, not much to go on either, especially not in
영어로 돼 있는 것도 뭐 하나 있던데 그거는 설정을 잘 모르겠어가지고 안 해보고.
Blackmailer.
제가 뭐 거의 뭐 죽을 뻔했다 분해돼가지고 죽을 뻔했다가 살아나서 그런 거 아닐까요?
Bold to begin with. Now they're forcing the vampire to kill.
디플 걔가 합쳐줬는데 머리는 신경을 못 써주는 느낌.
Blackmailer's skilled. Someone special.
Astute. Now that I think of it, I'm beginning to wonder if...
It's not one of your kind? Another vampire?
Precisely. The plot thickens.
Just a hypothesis. Wouldn't set my heart on it till we know more.
Right you are.
Let's sum up what we know. Seems Dettlaff's being blackmailed.
머리카락은 죽은 세포라서 회복이 안 되는 건가?
All noted down using one and the same Nazeri ink, and not in his handwriting.
Not much.
But enough to ascertain Dettlaff's innocence, clearly.
무고하다고 해줘야 돼?
Actually, it is. Dettlaff's being manipulated. Some lunatics turned him into a tool, making him kill.
So it would seem. But this illuminates a path of action for us. We must find Renowed, render the blackmail senseless.
자라나라 머리머리 주문을 안 해왔나 보죠.
That's one idea. Could be worth a shot. But what about Dettlaff? He gonna go on killing while I'm out searching for his lover?
He will not. I shall convince him to stay his hand. Assure him you're a friend seeking to help. I'll await him here. He's sure to return sooner or later.
Think he'll listen?
He will.
Ought to wait with you, maybe.
No, he'll sense you from a mile off. Simply fail to appear. I'd better stay alone. You must trust me on this.
Fine. Need to report to the Duchess first.
너무 협조적이란 말이지.
We'll await you here. Dettlaff and I both.
얘가 협박해가지고 막 그럴 것 같은 느낌이야. 항상 범인은 가까이 있는 거지.
That's worth less than mine.
퀘스트는 진짜 많고.
What do you do with a drunken sailor?
네, 받았는데 저는 그게 계속 오류가 나서 실행이 안 돼가지고 그 락스타 런처 쪽에서 오류가 나던데 지우고 깔아보고 했는데도 안 돼가지고 아예 그냥 다 새로 다지었다 다시 해보려고. 그것도 싱글 정도만 해도 괜찮을 것 같은데 온라인 하면은 지금 고인물이 뉴비들 막 학살하고 있다 그래가지고.
It's as if one sought to treat the clap with crabs.
진짜 설마 했는데 무료로 나온 거 보고 위쳐3 막 그 뭐 루머처럼 뭐 뿌리는 거 있던 위쳐3랑 뭐 유명한 게임 또 막 무료로 뿌릴 수도 있다고 루머가 있던데 지금 할인해가지고 엄청 싸게 팔더라고요 위쳐3.
Geralt of Rivia, Master Witcher. I was not mistaken. You arrived and trouble followed soon after.
Step
아 다시
aside.
비싸졌어요.
Doesn't matter for the Duchess.
5천 얼마인가 6천 얼마에 살 수
At
있던데.
last, Witcher. We've been on tenterhooks. Did you catch Milton's killer?
Found the beast of Beauclair. Just couldn't kill it.
We sent you after a monster, and you returned with nothing? We are very disappointed.
Situation's not quite that simple. Beast's a powerful vampire.
Is this a problem? Is it too much for a witcher? A monster slayer? But everyone knows how to end a vampire. Draw him by trick into sunlight. Or arm
가격이
yourself with
15,000원이 안
ample
되게.
garlic and drive a stake through its heart.
그래도 다른 데보다 좀 싼 거
Garlic's useless against
아닌가요?
vampires. Sun and stakes don't hurt him either.
제가
Those methods, pure invention.
만원
Only work in
후반대에 산 거
legends
같은데
and
16,000원
fables.
얼마에 샀었나?
And Buckthorn? When I was a child, Grandmama Adamarta always claimed
꼼수를
Buckthorn
또 그렇게
for
쓰네.
vampires.
Silver sword's your best option for keeping them at bay. But it won't get the job done, because only a higher vampire can truly kill another of its kind.
Excuses. Ha! Your Grace, I shall assemble a battue. Bring the matter to its end at once. The Witcher need but tell us where to find this monster.
Whoa, this is work for a witcher, not for your guardsmen.
Yet when a Witcher fails, my guardsmen must step in. I'll take my best. 40 hardened veterans. No vampire can stand up to that.
40, 50, 100, doesn't matter. Won't make any difference against him.
You have not seen my guardsmen in action.
Can they fight fog? Hit a target that moves faster than the wind?
How? What creature can do such things?
Creatures like this one. Higher vampires, we call them. Each one's a little different. Unique or exceptional, you might say. Some transform into giant bats. Others communicate with animals, command them.
Yet all are still brainless beasts.
Dead wrong. Thinking of lesser vampires. Alps, Ekamaras, Catacans, for instance. They're ruled by instinct, sure. Attack anything that smells of blood. Higher vampires? They think. They employ reason.
Monsters driven by reason. A curious contention. What, then, do you intend to do?
It's way beyond being some monster. This is a powerful being that's walked the world for centuries.
Tja, impossible. If so great is their power, why have they not killed or enslaved us all?
Don't usually meddle in our matters. Mostly stay out of our way because they don't care about humans one way or the other.
And they do not fear we shall wipe them out one day.
They'd probably be pretty amused if you asked them that. They're well aware of their strength.
Then what can we do? Do you have a plan?
Try to talk to him. That's our best bet.
I cannot believe this. Her Grace summons a Witcher to kill a monster. Instead, he wishes to chat with it. Ha.
Know what I'm doing. His lover was kidnapped. He's being blackmailed.
Blackmailed? Be so kind as to explain how a vampire might be blackmailed.
Higher vampires? They're like us, motivated by emotions, not instinct. Not only are they intelligent to an extreme, they're emotionally rich, capable of feeling many things, even love. This one fell in love with a woman, a human, and he'll do anything to keep her from harm.
You do not, I trust, suggest we let Milton's killer go free. or wait until it murders again. We must render it harmless as quickly as possible.
Which is why that's my aim now, to prevent further attacks. Vampires only half the problem. Blackmailers at fault chiefly. Kidnapped the woman to control the vampire.
And what do you propose to do?
I'll find the blackmailer, free the vampire's lover.
You were to destroy him, not help him.
No one else should die. That's most important. Soon as the woman's safe, he'll have no more reason to kill.
I admit to being swayed, Witcher. You may be right. Do you know anything about the blackmailer?
Got one lead. A few scraps of paper. Blackmailer wrote the names of the vampire's victims on them. One of them stained. A drop of wine, looks like. So damn little to go on.
You've no idea how wrong you are, my dear. Send for the ducal sommelier. Hop, hop!
그걸 맞춘다고?
In Tucson, wine is sacred. Here there is no such thing as a drop of wine, or stains therefrom. They are stains from a drop of Est, Ervelus, Fiorano.
Your Grace wished to see me?
Witcher, show him the paper scrap. Benoit, can you determine which wine made this stain?
얼룩자국으로 포도주를 맞죠?
Yes, yes. The west bank of the Sarre too. That's rather obvious. Aged in barrels of Beauclair oak. Hue, deep burgundy. Clarity, high. It's simple. Saint-Réal, the 1269 vintage.
That's impossible. The wine is produced at Castel Ravello, especially and exclusively for the ducal table. Perhaps some Saint-Réal was stolen. We must go to the vineyard, see if there's not been an incident.
Saint-Réal. Never heard of it.
It's highly unlikely you've ever had a chance to partake of it. As I said, it is only ever served to the ducal family.
Didn't stop it from ending up on that scrap of paper. Unless your Grace's sommelier is mistaken.
In matters of wine, Benoit is never mistaken. If he says it's Saint-Réal, it is Saint-Réal. We must ride to Castel Ravello at once. Discover what has happened.
Wait. Your Grace wants to go with me? Out of the question.
I hope you do not suppose we will sit on our ducal hiney and do nothing while our duchy is in grave danger.
Your Grace, what you propose is far too dangerous. The Witcher should go alone.
It pleases me to see you gentlemen finally agree on something. But I've made my decision. We shall go, accompanied by the best possible escorts. You, Captain, and Geralt. We will travel incognito. We've no wish to give the court any reason to gossip. For the duration of this mission, I release you from your obligation to adhere to court protocol. In short, from now on, I am Anna Henrietta, not your Grace.
Yes, Your Grace. Witcher, are you ready?
가자 그냥.
Yeah, ready to go.
Excellent. Give me a moment. I must don something more appropriate and concealing. Then we will be off.
This vampire, have you ever faced its sort before?
I have.
How did it end? Did you kill it?
Didn't have to fight him. Hadn't killed anyone.
Have you ever heard of anyone defeating such a vampire?
Know of a man who defeated one, sure, but he didn't manage to kill it. Ultimately, only another vampire can kill a vampire.
뒤까지 가는 거야.
Slow now. Whoa.
Panthers have attacked the wagon! We must help!
Stay back, your grace. We shall see to this. Back, you beast! Begone!
내려.
Save us!
내리라고.
Back, you beast! Begone!
왜 안 내려?
Help! Save us! Back, you beast! Begone! Help! Save us! Back, you beast! Begone! Back, you beast! Begone! Save us!
Done. Time to move on.
If not for you, we'd have been done for.
They were
Thank
fortunately
you.
happened by.
You saved our lives.
Hooray!
그냥 가냐?
You smell that? Those are the vapors of Tucson.
Faster.
맞아.
Slow now.
You call that escorting Her Illustrious Highness? What were you thinking?
Captain, this is not the time for such complaints. As for you, Witcher, next time keep close.
Captain de la Tour, we did not expect any visitors from the palace. How are affairs at court?
Doubtless you've heard of the Beast of Beauclair. Well, we've our hands full. Especially since the rogue last attacked in the palace gardens.
I trust Her Illustrious Highness was not harmed.
Kind of you to ask, Master Fabricio. I am well.
Your Grace? We were not warned. I shall order the salon prepared at once.
That won't be necessary. As you can see, we are not here on an official visit.
Naturally. Might I ask then what has brought you to Castel Ravello?
This is an inspection. We've got questions. You'll answer them.
Oh, and who are you, sir, to speak to me this way?
This is Geralt of Rivia, a witcher. He has come to Toussaint on my personal invitation.
Which is to say...
Which is to say, I expect you to treat him with the utmost respect.
Of course, Your Grace.
Did you hear that, Witcher? Fabricio will be delighted to answer your every question.
Want to talk about San Real?
I am at your service.
The San Real. How many vineyard workers have access to it?
One might say only I do.
Not like you make the wine all alone. At least a dozen others work here.
I see you've little notion how wine is made. Grapes travel a long road before they become Sonreal. The workers assist me only to the stage of fermentation. I see to the maceration personally and let no one near the fat. Workers, again, assist me during barreling, but then I seal the aging barrels myself, each and every one. The wine lies in the cellar, gains character. Once this process is complete, it becomes Sonreal. And as it happens, only I have the key to the cellar in question.
Who hauls the barrels to the palace?
We've our own garrison. Guards who have served here for years and would answer with their heads for the wine.
We'll not get anywhere asking questions, I see. It's a waste of time.
Your Grace? How am I to understand this?
Master Fabricio, we have proof someone's gained access to Sonreal. Someone who should not have, which means one of two things. Either you lie to our face, or you are an idiot who has had wine stolen from under his nose and not even realized it. In either case, you shall answer for it.
But...
Silence! And listen. I shall inspect the barrels in person, thus giving you time to reflect. When I return, I expect to hear answers. Remind me, where is the Sonreal stored?
In the main cellar, around the corner. I'll show you.
I shall find it. Give me the key to the cellar and wait here.
Oh, of course, Your Grace. Here it is.
Come, Witcher.
끈하네 진짜.
Witcher.
What if Fabricio's blackmailing the vampire? Considered that?
He has his flaws, but I would never suspect him of such a thing. He's been very loyal. He owes all he has to me. His father frittered away the family fortune. He left his son an encyclopedic knowledge of wine. That is all. Fabricio lived as a beggar until I appointed him steward of Castel Ravello. Only then did he come into his own.
얘는 여기 지하를 어떻게 잘하는 거지?
So where do we start?
Let us see if all the barrels are present. Here's the inventory ledger.
Vintner's log. Fermentation completed with no complications. Tapped above sediment line. Here it is. Barreling. Everything lines up at first glance. Neatly and thoroughly documented.
Then we must follow our other lead. Benoit said the stain came from the 1269 vintage. Let's find it.
빈티지.
Nervelous. I like it. Quite dry.
An excellent wine. You've good taste.
Est. think everyone and their mother's heard of this wine.
Among the best in the world. Castel Ravello is famous for it.
Fiorano, Dandelion's favorite, adores it.
Ah, yes. That sophisticated palate of his.
너냐?
Got Pomino over here.
빈티지 샹그레. 네? 얘도 있네. 이거는 어떻게 가는 거야?
Saint-Réal, 1270 vintage.
That's the wrong year. Keep looking.
Right here, 1269. What now?
Let's see if any barrels are empty.
Wanna open them?
For now, a knock will suffice. If you hear a hollow thud, we will have found what we seek. Full?
Full. This one's full too.
어떻게 해야지 조사가 되는 거냐?
Full. This one's full too. Full. Looks like all the barrels are full. Dead end, I'm afraid.
Full they are. The question is, are they full of Saint-Réal? Grab a tap and a hammer. We shall open them one by one and taste.
Ready. We can start. Ready.
Step aside.
소울이에요?
So?
Those hints of spice. Distinctive. This is Saint-Réal. Revolting, bitter plonk.
Could have gone sour while aging.
Impossible. This is not wine. This is contaminated refuse that should never have made it into a barrel. The fact that it did was no accident, I'm sure.
Master Fabricio. Let's see what he has to say about it.
Master Fabricio, I am very disappointed.
But, Your Grace,
You are a step away from losing your head. Speak the truth and you might yet keep it.
I admit it. I sold a barrel of Sorial. I beg you to forgive me.
Why did you do it?
I couldn't resist. The sum they offered, it was enormous. I gave in.
Is what I provide not enough?
I wished to buy back my family's estate. For here, nothing is truly mine. I've a roof over my head, ample food to eat, but what is a nobleman without land of his own? I shall tell you everything, if you agree to show me mercy.
Who do you sell the wine to?
A few weeks past at the pheasantry, a rich nobleman approached me. He called himself a diplomat, well connected at court. He suggested we embark on an enterprise. Some of his clients had offered dizzying sums for even a drop of Sorial. He was to serve as intermediary.
This man's name?
He never revealed it. He was tall, black-haired, and spoke with a foreign lilt. He claimed to hail from Sintra.
I've no Sintrian aristocrat at court.
Really thought nobody'd find out.
I was a fool, very foolish. I beg you, Your Grace, you must forgive me.
Wine itself, how'd you hand it over?
We met under the cover of darkness in the ruins of Fort Astre. A dozen or so men came to collect. Armed men, the kind that stink of trouble. I had hauled the barrel there. They transferred it to their cart, and we went our separate ways.
That's it? That the last you ever saw of them?
That is to say, a few days passed. A messenger arrived. He said they wished to buy another barrel and, well, I've prepared it, have it ready to deliver.
That's enough. Know all we need to know.
Your Grace, I beg your forgiveness.
Get out of my sight. Captain, have your men take Master Fabrizio to the dungeon. He must answer for his crime. High treason the charge. What now, Witcher?
We set a trap. Need to catch the wine thieves. Sintrian Noble could be our blackmailer. Next, transport. I'll take it to Fort Astra. Damien and his soldiers will cover me.
For once, I agree with you. We will do as you say. Let me know when you are ready.
가자.
See no reason to wait. Let's get going.
We will set out now. Position ourselves before you arrive. You take the cart and meet us there.
Fine. When the handoff begins, watch for my signal. Relax. Now we wait.
Ah, our favorite vintner.
It's not him.
노다지 노다지 돈을 벌자.
Is it just me, or did we agree you'd wait for my signal?
That was the plan, but...
Great shot. Good thing you reacted. Can't say how that would have ended otherwise.
At your service. It was a good fight. We managed to capture one of the scoundrels.
Let's ask him a few questions. Come on.
Witcher, a moment. I was wrong about you.
Don't need to like each other. Just gotta do our jobs.
If that's how you wish to treat it. At any rate, I see the effort you put forth. And I appreciate it. Let us go to her grace. She awaits nearby.
Wait, she here?
I hope you did not think I would leave this to you alone, especially when every hour could prove essential. This prisoner of yours, bring him to me. We must ask him some questions.
왜 계속 따라다니는 거지?
Captain, do the honors.
Who sent you?
His name is Dog. They say he plowed your mother.
Once again, who sent you?
Your nun's lover. They call it...
Wait. If he doesn't wish to speak, he needn't. I can think of several other ways he can be helpful. I'm certain the Witcher will need bait to lure the beast of Beauclair.
What?
Sure can. Fresh out.
In that case, he's all yours.
Captain, have your men find me a strong rope. Kind that won't snap when we hang this fellow from a tree.
Rope?
Live bait. Great for monsters, provided they catch the scent of its blood. But I'll see to that.
What? No. Crikey, no! Don't let him!
Stop screaming. Save your strength. Got a long night ahead of you.
No! Don't let him! I'll talk!
Barrels. Where were you gonna take them?
I don't know.
Captain, need that rope after all.
I truly don't know. Hornet's the leader, only he ever knew where to go. But he lies over there, dead. That one. The first barrel went to a warehouse at the port. But where this one was bound, I don't know. I speak true. You must believe me.
Who hired you?
He'll kill me.
Oughta be worried about me right now. Who is he?
Go on, man. Spit it out.
The Cintrian. That is what they call him. I've never seen him, but I know he mustered the men for this caper. That's what they said, that we were working for the Cintrian. I don't know anything else. I swear it.
Take him away. Throw him in the dungeon. He shall await trial there. Captain, we ride to town. Gather your men and seek out the Cintrian. Someone else must have seen him, must know of him.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll report to the palace as soon as I learn anything.
I shan't return to the palace. Our mission has not yet ended. The Witcher and I will await you at the guard post near the port.
Let's go to town.
맞아. 도적들 장비를 갖고 와서 돈을 벌었어야 되는데.
He's late.
Relax, he'll come.
There's something I'd like to know. How can you be so damned calm?
Side effect of my mutations. We Witchers rarely get the jitters.
What if something has happened to him?
Captain seems like a man who can take care of himself.
Perhaps he can, but this Sintrian appears to be no common bandit. He managed to steal ducal wine from under my guardsman's noses. We only learned of it through a fortunate coincidence. And it was he who specified the victims for the vampire. One must be exceptionally confident to blackmail such a monster.
Still don't know this Sintrian's behind the kidnapping and blackmail. Might have just handled the theft of the wine.
Even if it's so, he then sold the wine to the blackmailers. As I see it, that makes him an accomplice.
Need to find the Sintrian, whether or not he's responsible for the murders. Even if none of it's his doing, he could still know our blackmailer's identity. Besides, it's one thing to know who ordered the killings. Other thing entirely, and just as important, is why they... Someone's coming.
Captain, why so long? We expected you hours ago.
This Sintrian does not work alone. We are fighting an organization, not one man. Bandits attacked us, not a small force either. One of my boys has a broken arm, another a shattered knee, lamed for life. And the word on the street is there's a hefty bounty on your head, Geralt.
Don't care. Down to business. You learn anything?
I will start at the beginning. The port warehouse where the wine was delivered. We identified it, then learned who had hired it out. This proved to be a beggar, a stand-in. We found him. He admitted all. A man had paid him to sign the lease, a man he met while begging outside the pheasantry. There, fate lent us a hand. A waitress recalled spilling wine on a nobleman who spoke with a Sintrian accent.
What did he look like?
Her description was not helpful. Handsome, well-dressed, with a beard. No distinguishing marks. This could be anyone. But she remembered his female companion very well, as she recognized her. On the Sintrian's arm was Cecilia Bellant.
The singer? I've heard of her. She's said to be gifted, very.
The same. We went to her home immediately. Cecilia was not there, but we questioned her servants. A chambermaid claimed Cecilia is to meet a Sintrian gentleman tonight. She'd invited him to a reception mounted by the Mandragora.
The Mandragora? What's that?
A club, an affiliation of local artists. Painters, sculptors, troubadours and dancers.
Never heard of it.
They exude mystique, consciously, I think. Behaving like an exclusive cabal. Artistic elites. Every now and again they mount soirees. Only wealthy patrons are invited. All arrive in elaborate masks, then drink and flirt.
Gotta nab the Sintrian. Seems we have to go to that get-together.
You read my mind, Witcher. I shall gather my men, surround the establishment. Not a mouse will squeeze through.
Out of the question. If the Sintrian truly does have men about the city, he will find out and escape once again.
Duchess is right. Need to be careful. Best go there, blend in with the crowd.
Precisely what we shall do.
We, Your Grace.
Geralt and I. In that sort of company, the Witcher could use my help.
Where's the event gonna be held?
The Mandragora always assembles at the same place, a residence in Oatville. It's a very distinguished district. Geralt, you must don appropriate attire. Then meet me in Oatville in Mountebank Alley.
또 옷을 입어야 돼. 옷을 입어야 되는 건
I should double the patrols, just in case. Audacious rat, the citizen. But we'll get him. Be cautious. Guard her grace closely. Audacious rat, the Cintrian. But we'll get him. Best cure for the beast. Witcher.
Quite the fragrant whiff. What is the pheasantry stewing up?
눈 같은 건 못 돼가나?
Stocks and the whip await those
Rolling
running
on an empty
riot.
stomach.
Our country values
Keep
peace.
calm. Start no brawl.
Ah, welcome back to our northern dandy.
All jests aside, let me see what you got in your wardrobe.
I'm more than willing, sir.
한 저거 입으면 되는 거.
Thanks. Think that's all I need for now.
Ever your servant, sir.
such are the times, my good fella.
Nice tune.
Guesses champion.
Reginald Aubrey has returned, not to be missed. Buy your tickets now, available from me alone. I thank you for your help. Lepiota reward you with copious offspring.
이건 안 주는.
Late. Why does that not surprise me?
다들 늦어. 된 건가?
Well, well. I did not expect you to have such a sense of style. My, Geralt. Not bad at all. And you've even a mask. Just not the kind required.
Huh?
They're a little different, the ones Mandragora members wear. I've brought you one. Put it on.
Any idea why they wear masks?
Likely because they imagine it oh so very romantic and mysterious. The truth is far simpler. This way, no one can tell which drunken aristocrats are pinching the performers.
Let's go. Soiree's started.
Mm-hmm. Wise of you to hide your weapons. They'd not have let us in otherwise, that's certain. How do we find the Cintrian? Have you a plan?
Key is not to spook him. Need to ask after his partner, Cecilia, first. Less likely to raise suspicions. As soon as we find her, we find him.
Right. Right you are. We must proceed with caution. Come, it's our turn.
Madame, Monsieur, an extraordinary pleasure to welcome you to the Mandragora's soiree. Tonight, I particularly recommend you direct your attention to the performances prepared by artists of our community.
Tell us about these performances.
This evening, the Mandragora has the honor to present 3 superb displays of artistry. The first was a concert by Cecilia Belont, a singer whose voice, were it stone, would surely be a diamond. Sadly, Mademoiselle Cecilia has sung.
Shame. We would have loved to hear her.
Luckily, you are in time to see the great Calesti, a master of visual illusions, come to us from far off Afir.
Visual illusions. Interesting. And the third artist?
The third and fourth, for they are a duo, are the Tuven brothers, presenting their newest pantomime.
We were really hoping to meet Cecilia Belont.
You are admirers, I surmise. I'm certain you will have ample opportunity to converse with her.
It cannot be easy to identify anyone in this crowd. Perhaps you could help us find her.
I don't know where she is now, but I can give you a clue.
Let's hear it.
Seek the Kaveri orchid.
Meaning?
Cecilia wears one in her hair. You shall recognize her easily by the orchid.
Well, well. Dandelion's always complaining about artists being poor as temple mice.
The residence belongs to none of them. They are guests here. Oriana, she owns this. Woman in the black dress. There, on the balcony.
Got her. Doesn't wear a mask?
It would be pointless. All would know her anyway.
Koviri orchid. Let's look for it. If we find Cecilia, I'll find the Centrian.
I beg your pardon.
Go on, Geralt, be bold. Show us the artist in you. The paintballs, cast them at the canvas.
Good folk, yet another soul longing to express its creative side.
Well, sure to be in one of the alcoves.
Silence.
Please do not disturb.
Good sir.
Please do not
No
disturb.
ladies. It seems real art requires
던지는 게 끝판이다.
Absinthe, the preferred hooch of artists.
Careful, it packs a pretty powerful punch.
I've built up a pretty powerful resistance.
전혀 안 강한 것 같은데.
It's a metaphor for constant struggle. Pretensions. I was prepared for all sorts of blah blah blah. Avant-garde, schmavant-garde. It's all about two things.
리카라 삐어난초.
Pretensions. I was prepared for all sorts of criticism.
Look at the mage. I believe he's casting spells.
Yeah, we'll see.
진짜 날고.
It's an outrage. Cecilia never.
Ah, how beautiful. The dolphins. That is no ordinary illusion. The man is a true artist.
Impressive.
Do you seek someone?
Well, hey there. Hello.
We must throw off the manacles of form. Venture
제다의
onto the
첫걸.
bounds of cooperation.
루도빅의 탄생. 난해한 그림들이고.
Color inspired shadows and nature existence. It is a very close to the work's ultimate meaning.
티 여궁에 어떻게 참가하는 거?
Cecilia never should have performed.
first from a surfeit of
Look, lanterns. They say releasing them brings good luck.
Let's give it a try.
Never suspected you believed in such things.
소원 비는 거. 삐어난 초로 장식한 여자를 찾는 거다.
Pretentious. Blah, blah, blah. Avant-garde, schmeffant-garde. It's all about... Do not disturb! Shoo, shoo!
It's the right flower.
Of course it is! A Kaviri orchid lends just the right contrast to her complexion.
Need to talk to your model. It'll only take a minute.
To me?
Lie still! You may speak, but for love's sake, do not move.
Wow. Impressive portrait.
I know the style, the stroke. This is Dorian Velez.
The gracious lady has heard of me?
I've heard Anna Henrietta herself wished you to paint her portrait once.
At one point, the palace chamberlain even wrote to me, but alas, ultimately refused my terms.
What was the matter?
When he learnt I only ever paint nudes, he severed all contact. He said he would not dare offend Her Illustrious Highness with such a proposition. I've always longed to paint her. Such a shame.
I think you may still get her a chance.
We came here to meet you, specifically.
To meet me? But why?
Centrian Noble you came here with. Wanted to ask you about him.
Centrian Noble. Ah! You must think I'm Cecilia.
Orchid confused me.
I told you not to move!
As she concluded her performance, Cecilia tossed the flower into the crowd. I caught it, but I did see the nobleman.
Really like to talk to him. What did he look like?
Like many here. Tall, dark, masked.
Know where he might be now?
He gave Cecilia a small gift, a heart-shaped box. Then they strolled off together towards the refreshment tables.
Excuse me, madame, monsieur, I cannot work like this. You must leave now!
다가 탁자에서 또 냄새로 편.
Someone left their loot behind. Looks a little like dandelions.
This was scratched. Someone beat him with it once.
Empty heart-shaped box. Cecilia must have left it behind.
It looks like it held a flask of perfume. A gift from the Cintrian, I imagine.
Scent still hangs in the air. Let's follow it.
It is irrelevant to the work's ultimate meaning.
Love letter penned on a napkin. Look.
Oh, my amour, my sunbeam flittering across the firmament of my life. Treacly refuse.
Naught is nearly as fun as a pun.
양복길 돌아간다고.
But what if he doesn't come?
He'll definitely come. Don't worry.
How can you be so sure?
Brother dearest, trust me.
Sorry, only artists in the Mandragora allowed.
Come, we must consider what to do.
I'd recognize that voice anywhere.
You must be mistaking me for someone else.
I served 15 years in the palace. Your Grace, I'd not mistake you for anyone.
Shh! Not so loud. We are here incognito, on state business.
Yes, Your Grace. How may I serve?
I hope we can count on your discretion.
Of course. I shall be silent as the grave.
Looking for Cecilia Bellant. Seen her?
She's in her dressing room, where she went with a nobleman. They clearly were drawn to each other.
What did the man look like?
Tall, broad-shouldered, a black beard peeping out from under his mask, and he spoke with a foreign accent, a drawl of sorts.
That must be him. We must get to the dressing room, quickly.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take you.
No, stay here. Anyone tries to flee, you stop them.
Understood.
Quickly, upstairs. That must be Cecilia.
No pulse. We're too late.
He slit her throat. The brute.
Didn't go out the door. Guard would have noticed. Might still be somewhere here.
You must find him before he harms another. I shall alert Oriana. At once. She should bring her soirée to a close.
Shouldn't split up.
Geralt, I will be fine. Go after that rogue. I shall fetch help.
Killed her, then went out on the balcony. Bloody handprint. It's his. Tore down the door. Made a platform. Clever. Must be pretty strong, too. Broke the flower pot when moving the door, then stepped in the soil. Must have climbed this ladder. Could still be here. Need to stay alert. Smashed mirror. Someone crashed into it, hard, then sank to the floor. Bloodstains. Links of a snapped chain. Jewel must have been on it. Jewelry box. Lock's busted. Picked open, probably.
도둑 같은 거야?
Precious stone. Bloody fingerprint on it. Thief came for this, must have. Tiny chain links next to it. From a snapped necklace? Seems there was a struggle. Looks valuable, but it's not what he came for. Empty inkwell. Knocked over, turned toward the room. Canvas is cut. Somebody took a knife to the painting, looks like. Locked. And no key in sight. Sconce is bent, smeared with blood. Someone try to grab it? Blood on the window frame. Someone climb out? Fall out? Hunting knife, richly ornamented. Used during the fight, probably. Jewel was in the box, it seems. Centurion tried to steal it, but someone got in his way. They fought, struggled, that's clear. Ended with one of them flying out the window. Fall had to have killed them. Jewel's still here, though, so our Centurion must have been the flyer.
So, this is the tracker. A witcher, yes?
Indeed, this is him. We found the body together. Then he set off in pursuit of the killer.
And ended up here, but I've only found evidence of a fight. Seems the Centurions killed his last. Finally failed this time. Shame it happened too late for Cecilia.
Poor girl. Always told her she chose her males badly. But I would never have suspected she could arrive with a murderer. I'll alert the staff. Have them see to her body at once. Meanwhile, we should sit. I will tell you everything, in full detail. I caught him red-handed, attempting to burgle, rifling through my possessions.
What did you do? Summon the guards?
There was no time. I feared he'd escape, refused to give him the chance. He stood with his back to me, so I attacked. He struck his head on a picture frame as we struggled. He was bleeding, dazed, and then he drew a knife. Everything happened very quickly then. I knocked the weapon out of his hand and pushed him hard. He
fell out of the window.
Just so.
None too wise picking a fight with an armed robber.
Why? Because I'm a woman, in a frock rather than plate. I can take care of myself, I assure you. A hairpin might look like mere ornament, but plunged into an eye, it can be as effective as a blade.
Claim the man was trying to rob you when you walked into the room?
Yes. He stood over my dressing table, pouring through my jewelry.
Mm-hmm. After this is my guess. Picked it up while searching.
Why, that's the heart of Toussaint. Oriana, how did you ever come to have it?
I bought it, many years ago, from a young woman.
Jewel seems important. Why?
The heart is an heirloom. It belonged to my family for years. Then it disappeared. I didn't think we would ever recover it.
Seems someone is very determined to find it. The thief left his tool bag behind. Found this drawing inside it. Look.
The heart of Toussaint. Representation's pretty faithful. Centurion must have been on a job. Got very clear instructions what to look for.
So it is not him we seek. but his employer. Is this the only evidence we found?
Also happened on the weapon he attacked Oriana with. Hunting knife. Used to skin game. Got an emblem on its hilt.
This crest is used by the Lords of Duntine. The present master of the castle is a passionate hunter. Our next lead, perhaps.
Duntine. Remember the place. Abandoned ruin just a few years ago.
More recently, the family's last heir, Roderick, returned to his ancestral seat and restored the castle.
Know any more about this Roderick?
His grandfather was an advisor to Queen Ademarta. The family received those lands as a grant for his service. Roderick is quite the recluse. He avoids society, preferring the company of a small team of knights, though the latter term is imprecise, as they seem more akin to vandals with crests on their shields.
Oriana, everything we discussed here, hope you'll keep it to yourself. Counting on it, in fact. Word gets out he, failed in his attempt to steal the jewel. His employer could run. We need to proceed cautiously.
Discretion is in the interest of us all. I'll not ask what this is about, just as I expect not to be troubled about it again. By anyone.
Forgive me, Madam Oriana, but might I have a word?
You must excuse me a moment.
또 있어.
Oriana, any thoughts?
Few make me feel awkward, but in her presence, I sense anxiety, discomfort.
비밀이 많아.
The drawing. It's on the same type of paper the victims' names were written on. Drawn with the same ink, too. Seems the work of our blackmailers.
Who were not only behind the beast's murders, but also stole the Son Real and sought to steal the heart of Toussaint.
Look, the wine, the jewel, both tied to you intrinsically. Coincidence? Not something I'm willing to believe. Worried about one thing. That somewhere at the end of this scheme, plan might call for an attempt on your life.
It could be something else altogether.
이거 꿈인 건가?
My sister, Siana, might be among the schemers. She left court when we were children. My parents banished her from the duchy. I've not seen her since.
What did your sister do to get banished?
Siana was cursed.
Parents run afoul of some mage?
No. She was born at an inopportune moment. They said she was touched by the curse of the Black Sun. Geralt, is it true? Can an individual be evil because they were born during the wrong lunar phase?
Could be the case. Could also be because they were treated like lepers from birth. Isolated, prodded, ostracized. Couldn't have had it easy, Siana.
She was angry at the whole world. She felt inferior, felt pain, though she masked this with confidence, arrogance even. She could also be cruel at times. I recall one such situation. She persuaded Cedric the Coolbird that she could see the future in her dreams. We were children, and Cedric's brother was smitten with me. It was an innocent childhood crush. Siana knew of it. She told Cedric of a dream she had had, that he would die at the hands of his own brother. Cedric stole his father's sword and killed his brother. She destroyed 2 lives with a prank. Cedric mourns to this day. In the end, they forced her to leave the palace. A decade passed. More. I've missed her terribly since.
Think your sister might be involved? Why?
You see, I recall her always being rather possessive, throwing jealous fits if I had something she didn't.
Here that's normal for sisters. Rivalry.
True. I suppose I gave as good as I got. There are times I miss that very much. The wine, its theft was the first clue. That's very much like her. She always did enjoy stealing my toys. But I grew almost certain when I saw the heart of Toussaint. Siana received it from father as a gift. At a time when my parents thought of her as but an ill-behaved little girl, someone wanted some of my wine. The same someone ordered our family jewels stolen, or recovered. It's my sister. It must be.
A fallen princess satisfying whims, going after lost luxuries? Could be right.
Your mission has gained new import. You must go to Duntine, and if Siana is there, you must find her. No matter what she did, she is not to be harmed in any way, shape or form. You must make sure of that.
다치지 않게 하라.
I'll find her if she's there.
I hope you do. I very much wish to talk to her. Sister to sister.
Your Grace, Geralt, I'd like to introduce...
Regis! What a surprise! I had no idea you were in Beauclair. And this is...
My very dear friend, Detlef van der Eretain, an arrival from Nazaire.
We are lending our combined resources to the Witch's Hunt.
Ah, yes. Splendid. But why are you here at Oriana's?
They came to pay me a surprise visit, so I invited Regis in for a glass of wine. We've known each other for... ages. Literally. Witcher, I hear you know Regis too. Even that you are friends.
Few I can rely on like I can on Regis. Kinda hoping he thinks the same of me.
Curious. It seems opposites really do attract.
Don't be fooled, dear. Geralt has many merits. He merely hides them from the world very diligently.
You said you're both aiding him with his contract. It involves the Beast of Beauclair, I suspect. Master Witcher, maybe you could satisfy my curiosity. What's it like going toe-to-toe with a monster, knowing you've only two options, to kill or be killed?
Despite what you might have heard, I don't lunge at every monster I see sword in hand. Talking gets the job done for some.
I wonder what a monster might have to say to you.
It might want to apologize.
My word. What might a monster wish to apologize to a witcher?
For killing. Though at times there is no choice, when loved ones are at risk and require protection.
Same as humans. Put them in that situation, they'll kill too.
You understand this. It must be why you and Regis are friends. If I understand you correctly, you would rather help a monster than kill it.
If possible, yeah. Or at least try.
Enough about the Witcher trade for now. Regis mentioned you come from Nazaire. I spent time there as a child.
Fond memories?
It was wonderful. I was positively entranced by the land's fashions. Deep-cut dresses I found most fascinating.
I believe we're running short on wine. I should go to the cellar, bring another bottle.
Let me go. Wanna help, Regis? Know your wine a lot better than I know mine.
We shall return forthwith.
An exceptional conversation, don't you think? Vampires, a witcher, and the Duchess of Toussaint? My.
Highly exceptional, Regis. Wanted to talk to you in private. You crazy bringing Detlef here?
Geralt, allow me to explain.
No, let me explain. He's dangerous, and you were gonna watch him.
But that is precisely what I'm doing. Detlef believes you'll succeed in your task, and he'll not need to kill anymore.
That is, not until he gets his hands on the men who kidnapped his Renna.
Oriana, she really your friend? Can she be trusted?
I met her years ago, before I met you, and before she settled in Beauclair. We'd not seen one another in... I can't begin to tell you in how long.
But I shall tell you all about her some other day.
Guessing it's no accident you two stopped by.
It would be quite some coincidence indeed. No, a dutiful little bird told us.
Mm-hmm. Now listen close. Managed to learn where the blackmailers are. They're based at Duntine Castle.
That's splendid news. If they are there, Renna must be there as well.
Duchess expects we'll find her long-lost sister there too. Thing is, she might be involved. Could be behind the blackmailing.
Do you mean to say your task now is to extract 2 women from the castle?
Mean to say we can't breathe a word of this to Detloff, who wants revenge above all else.
Geralt, you must trust me. I've got a way with...
No, Regis. Can't risk it. Gotta keep Detloff here while I go to Duntine.
Alone?
Alone. That way I can make sure neither woman will come to any harm.
I hope you know what you're doing. Fine. I shall see to Detloff. Good luck, my friend.
Splendidly, Detlaff. Ah, I'm grateful you brought back those memories. You're back. It took you long enough.
Contrary to what common folk believe, choosing a wine is not nearly as easy as it might seem. Especially a wine to be served to 2 exquisite ladies.
Regis, gallant as ever. I regret all the more that I shan't finish the second bottle with you. Duty calls.
Your Grace, always a pleasure.
I thank you for your help. It's been invaluable. Geralt, will you see me out? You have exceptional friends. This Detlaff, an intriguing man to say the least.
Don't know him too well. He say much about himself?
Not much, but I've a good sense of the true nature of those I meet. I'd not survive a week at court otherwise.
So what's his?
Sensitive, sad. He carries within him the weight of a terrible tragedy. He is a good man, but lost, which is why he comes across as grim.
Didn't expect the evening to end like this.
Neither did I. But I have not drawn you out for a romantic stroll. I wish to make certain you know what you are to do.
Mm-hmm. Gotta go to Duntine.
I've decided my guardsmen will support you. You will meet them at Count Delacroix' mill. It stands along the Saône-Retour River, near the Cockatrice Inn. Captain de la Tour and his men will await you there at midnight. You shall storm the castle together.
새로운 곳으로 가는 건 오늘은 일단 집에 가서 저장하고 하는 거.
Prepare to witness wonders at the annual chivalry
Great! Aubrey has returned! Not to be missed! Buy your tickets now! Available from me alone!
I do not know how I will ever repay you, Witcher.
Don't expect to be paid. Hope you're feeling better, that's all.
Oh, yes, I feel my strength returning thanks chiefly to Barnabas Basil's care.
Horrible ordeal you endured. Glad I cut it short.
Yes, years of suffering. You know what was worse than the hunger? Watching my loved ones, my children grow old and die. All my family's long gone now. The last of my kin perished decades past. I fear I've nowhere to go.
This is a big house, big estate. You can stay here.
Truly? I could never infringe so on your hospitality. Yet,
Yeah,
after all I've suffered, the years of starvation, I've but one dream. At last to prepare food that fortifies, nourishes, to delight in the tastes and smells of spices, to sit at one table with others and eat.
Don't see a problem if that's your dream. You could help Barnabas Basil in the kitchen. Eating his meals. You know he's not a culinary virtuoso.
Nothing could make me happier. Thank you.
No, thank you. House could use a woman's touch.
I've one other thing I'd like to tell you. Many years ago, my father assembled valuables for my dowry. I never wed, so they remained unclaimed. These baubles are no use to me now, but to you, well, perhaps let them be a token of my gratitude. If you wish to find them, you must go to my old home, to Trastamara. The dowry lies hidden in a barrel in the cellar. There are several barrels. You must give each a knock until you find the right one.
Do just that. Thanks.
돈인가?
I'd never expect someone with your past to feel drawn to the kitchen.
Do you fear I will cook in your home as I brewed as a white?
Counting on you having slightly better taste as a human.
Of that, you can be sure. I loved cooking, even as a child. My gran was a true master in the kitchen. Her spit-roasted ox was famed throughout the land.
Thought you were a lady, owned an estate.
Do you mean to say a woman of my rank should have had a cook? You're right, of course. And I had the best of cooks. But I devised the dishes myself. They only prepared them.
You sure you don't feel lonely out here?
I cannot say yet. Too little time has passed since you freed me of my thrall, but somehow, for now at least, I do not feel drawn to the city, to others.
Visited others' homes as a white.
Yes, but ever at night, when all were asleep, I went in search of spoons.
Remember, you can always change your mind. Decide you've lived here long enough, just say the word.
I'd never wish to seem ungrateful.
And I'd never want you to stay against your will. See you later.
Take care, Witcher. And remember, you always have warm food awaiting your return.
Renovations coming along all right?
I am delighted to inform you we have completed our labors. You can now devote yourself to enjoying the vineyard's delights to the fullest. You must forgive me my temerity, sir, but I thought, with all the work on Corfo Bianco completed, and with the estate looking more beautiful than ever, it might be appropriate to commemorate the moment.
Sure, why not?
During the tidying that preceded the renovations, I came across a bottle of Sapramento, the 1250 vintage. I cannot say by what miracle it survived, but it is here, and we've cause to open it today. And then he ran straight into the crowd, burning bouquet in hand. All thought it a part of the performance, so they only laughed, even when the decor began to catch fire. It was not until the flames engulfed Baron Mahevkin's beard that folk began to realize something was amiss and went to put out the fires.
Sounds like Monsieur Bolius and Madame Nina threw some first-rate balls here.
It was so. In this regard, Baron Rossel was decidedly more reserved.
So tell me, Barnabas Basil, what's the wine situation like here? Am I going to produce any this year?
This year is out, I fear, sir. Last autumn, a fungus destroyed all the vines. Baron Rossel had new ones planted, but it will be some time before they start bearing fruit. Assuming that is, the fungus does not reappear.
That'd be bad. This Sapramento got me dreaming. It's amazing.
Isn't it, though? Allow me to top you off, sir. There.
Thanks.
끝났어. 고운 애들을 일단은 여기까지. 짜잔. 오늘도 좀 일찍 갑니다. 내일 또 방송할게요. 감사합니다.